It's reading time, okay? Let's see. 早早早. Yep, 正好早吧. It's like 8 in the morning in China, which is like, I guess you guys know like 9 to 5. It's like 8 to. I mean, it's not 8 to 5, but like 8 is like when people go to school, I guess. So 8 is 8 a.m. Anyways, it should be like 7 plus hours, maybe 8 hours. I think the walkthrough is like 6 hours or something. But it's finale, so I'm assuming like, you know, and I'm not rushing anyways. So there's gonna be the last dance of deduction in this case, I think, since we didn't saw it last case, so it has to be in this case. Let me select. Oh, also later we'll also do this. So there's this escape, not today, but like after we're done with today's like 2-5. This takes like maybe like 5-6 hours. And then there's also like 2 DLC that's like JP exclusive. That's like 1 or 2 hours each, and there's like 2. One for England, one for Japan. There's like 2. I think I might have to do the same thing as like I just watch somebody else's like footage, because I don't know if you can download that. And let's hope that stream doesn't get disconnected. I don't know, man. It was already lagging before I tried to start stream today, so. I mean, if I continue, it just continues to fly, so. Yeah. Final. Resolve Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yeah, I do like 0.75 because I'm just like, it's the same chapter again. Final chapters. Oh, chapter, no S. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no CG? Literally just goes into core here. Literally just like script the title and chapter. Old Bailey Defendants and Chamber. So the times finally come. Today we unravel everything. What happened last time? I already forgot. So feet person is accused of murdering a bride. Okay, they're gonna let me know what happened. Okay. Counting your support more than ever today, Mrs. Otto. Oh yeah, because it starts. That's why there's no CG, bro. There's no point of having CG. Mrs. Otto. Ah. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing? I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to feet? Oh my god. Helping me to my feet then. Try that changing. I think I have all the clips of when they mention feet. Not all of them, but a lot of them with feeds. Gonna make a complication of just like ace feed here. Oh there, I'm really very sorry. Oh, the BGM. It's like a remix. BGM 变奏了. This sounds different. Sasato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the partner of a more famous detective not to mention. Oh yeah, that happened at the end of last time, yes. Good morning, sir. Yep. Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. Really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost Jovial? Today? That he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lurmanzik isn't a Reaper, Miss Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight. Shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Yeah. So, Potato Chip, Fish and Chip got murdered. Found out that he was part of the scheme. Huh? It was my tactic, acceptance of that pursued him. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend. That led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lorenzix. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the whole sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. Oh, yeah. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. And so, bruh. Oh, they added the violin in. That's what's different. Bruh. Like, I'm not even seeing any footage here. Oh, I see. Oh my god, this is like... I see this. This is like 1 minute of just like going down. Okay. Reconnect, bruh. Sad. I mean, it didn't start a new shit. Okay, yeah. YouTube is like, it's just like. Actually, I'm not sure. Did it start a new one? Let's see. It didn't. It's still like 20 kbps. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna wait till it comes up back up. Okay, it's at it's at 2K now. Is it gonna stay there? Nope, it's going down. Okay. The VOD save? Yes, it's always saved. The VOD is just like corrupted, but it's saved. Yes. No, but like I'm still live. It didn't start. I disconnected 2 times, but YouTube and Twitch didn't start new stream. But I could see the bitrate going like up and down, like at 20. So okay, now it's back to 2K. It's just like unstable right now. Like I said, like I don't. You see like how I jerk? Okay, now look, now I'm not lagging or like I can move. So maybe it's fine now. Let's see. It's like also when I refresh. Okay, it's still going up and down. When I refresh a page, it takes like fucking 30 seconds. Okay, let's see. If it doesn't jump like a heartbeat, then that's fine. Like, I mean, straight line as like if it stays at 2K. It doesn't look like it's staying at 2K then. Okay, looks like it's not going down anymore. 好像它有点稳定了, let's see. Yeah, a heartbeat going up and down, so like 220, 2,200, like, that's not good. That's when it lags. Okay, it looks like it's staying at 220, like 2020 right now. Hopefully it stays like that. Like, I can move now, which means that's a good sign. Maybe. Well, okay, let's just continue. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. It was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clintmanzies. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth, that's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. Let's go. I never thought I'd say this, thank you? But I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. Can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do you detect the scents of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Sick attorney? Yes. Oh. Brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head. I thank you. Oh, hee hee. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. What, them together? You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of. Subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. Clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seat Laboratory. Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'll want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh yes. Would you take this? Oh, let's go. Official bunny merch. Isn't that one of the little fellow dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm, a little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley to me. Harley to me. If for some reason you completely run out of option in the trial today, okay, this is gonna be like the last thing. Then just pull this little Hurley's ear as hard as you can possibly can. What, there's some like evidence? What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Oh? Little dot in hair problem. Been told to tug his ears if I run out of option in trial today. Do we fucking present this later? You think what we'll need is luck. I sneaked a peek inside a courtroom. And it seems very different to normal. The trial's bonkers? I mean, it's the finale. Yes, it would seem. That a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? I wonder who, huh? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Sato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning, and apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father Jigoku, yes. I mean, Judge Jigoku too. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel of the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in section. Please make your way inside a courtroom at once. Good luck, Naruhodo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very smoothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lorenzix. Let's go. Lord Venzix has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in this world. Now I understand what it was like that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day. To this one trial. To this one final reckoning. Door open? $9:30, okay. Feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Mr. Naruhodo, look. That horse dropper. You're gonna be down here soon, don't worry. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. Rip Red Jet, I missed him already, bruh. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the jurisdiction from countries all around the world. It imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a close trial. Yeah. And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and uncool authority. Yeah. The sixth jury flame just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our jurisdiction assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your alicoids, Lord Strongheart. Yeah, he's like Grant. They have like similar hair shape as well, no? On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Menzies. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother, Clint, in fact. Oh my god. The horse unicorn? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in section. For the trial of Baruch Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsel for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? Defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceeding brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There is a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operation, he had an accomplice. Dally Verge, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibi for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's section, Mr. Riddle, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memory of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because Whistle, he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Riddle is currently recuperating at St. Cinders. He's recovering enough to give a signed statement about his movement on the day prior to the incident. He has formally admitted to posing as Gregson while Whistle investigating the Red-Headed League. Yeah, we haven't even done anything to that. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier, This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Oh, really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. Nope. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. Seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just a conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movement of the victim on the day before the Frenzo Street, isn't it? It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Virgil's cover of his rail movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Let's go. State your name, occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestran reporting representative of Scotland Yard. A cell conferred rank, but never mind. Gina again? What's the problem, Oda? What's with that Gina again? Look it. Ah. The boss meant the role to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Ooh, Inspector Grisson, you mean? He got me out the back slums of East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Jones, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Yep. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew. Is there anything that he does not know, huh? Oh. So, Inspector Lestrange, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. Heyo, heyo. How's it going? We are at the final peak in the main plot here today. I think there's gonna be like a peak dancing, but I don't know when. Like I don't know, we'd probably see some dance battle. Probably at the end, to be honest. So like 7 hours later, all your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Yeah, this is 2.5. But there's like DLC. There's like small cases that are like kind of like behind the scenes. That's like maybe like 5 hours. And there's like 2 extra Japanese DLC that together is maybe like 3 hours. But like main plot, this is the last case, yes. Well, I mean, this is part 2 of the last case because 2.4 and 2.5 is the same case. So 2.4 was yesterday and 2.5 is today. Yeah. All your detectives are supposed to follow order and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled good dealings that day. The red-headed thing, no? Looks like it was a big job and all, but the Coopers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witness what saw the Reaper at the place too. Oh. Smuggle goods. I don't know, did I? I'm just telling ya what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicine, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of a regular black market that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Grissom was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Grissom was trying to avoid details of his investigation being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. Is it? And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on a day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's a conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baron Van Zieks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but Lord Van Zieks had made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. So does everybody else? Very well then, counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. How does that unicorn horn does not get like broken then? I guess it doesn't touch the bottom, huh? It's just the horse mouth.
Hold it!
So you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Bruh. Oh. Boss always has special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go on give Toby a stroke, that kind of thing. So, unpaid intern. So Aaron's more than orders then, yeah. This detective is still an apprentice after all. Yeah, so yeah, literally. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigation into what happened. I didn't find much at first. Okay.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things. Are we gonna talk about that box? Yep, as part of the independent Lysandride investigation. I'm sure your superiors will be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Cause if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they have tucked me straight out onto the street. Sound less and less like an investigation and more like a break-in? Something like something else, yeah. Illegal breakthrough, huh? Prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right, and nothing gets past Inspector Lysandre and her trusty assistant chief, Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom. False bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me, they would have toughed me straight out on the street. Ha. I've given it in now though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it wouldn't never have been found.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those stealing were taking place? Yep. It was all there in Boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said that the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club. Also, I'm still blocking the text. Okay. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used against by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name of these preceded craft. To know what all the fuss is about? It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got his rating game button up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on, what's there? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. Could try to find out. What should I do? Insist. Insist? They'll say no. They'll say like, you can't do that. Close course, the proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. Or, as I explained, there is some possibility politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. Let's go. No, my lord. Yes, go. The prosecution has no objection. Kazuma. There's no question that Inspector Gresson was looking into these black market dealings, however. It's not yet been established that he was on that particular trial on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then. Get to show off me reading skills. More reading and reading, bruh. You happen to generally. Oh, the grouse. That's the name.
Hold it!
The grouse. What sort of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing, but I am kind of curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked into the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives of the yard reckon. Says the even lower ranking detective.
Hold
So how had he come to find out about this in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scholarier of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, cause, you know? I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on that club, no question. You can't say that for certain though, surely.
Hold it!
Can we just call Lord Van Zeeks just to be like, say what he has done? He was at the club. He was. The detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiry have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no dispute that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating him, don't we? Perhaps he already discovered the inspector's secret notebook, which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that he was there. Gregson was there. None have been identified at this time, no what? So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club, bruh. Boy, why ain't you asking Inspector Lysandra here, eh? So that's all we got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stares of her, is she? We really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh, if everything he has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean there are details we've yet to uncover, exactly. Clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. Oh. That's what we should be looking for here. It has to be the line that the crowd, no? Gentleman Club, no? What do we have here? This is the park. This is it. Wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. It's just me. Or that makes me sound extremely untrustworthy. I do think he'll at least call you a nice young man. Really not sure that would help. Yeah, this is just it. But we have to click it again? Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse. Oh, this! The Grouse! Oh my god. This. First class captain. 001. Yokohama departure, 11 September, London arrival. It has to be this, no? The Growl? That's the boat the Professor Mikotova and Judge Yoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called Drunken on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Berea. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary, and I keep mine in a wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that accompanied by a light side? It has to be this then. The name?
Objection!
Oh my god, I'm the fucking goat. Read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealing were definitely happening at a club called the Gross? Police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definite yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October. Halloween may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force here, Console. As known by track record, they're all trash. If it wasn't a gentleman club, then what was it? It says a steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. Do you know about this? This dark suit? Yo, man, no, the other one. the other one. The other side, man. Be more specific next time. Oh my god. This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The S is grooves. Yep.
Objection.
So there's a steamship named the Grooves that happens to share a name with the club. Where's the proof that's a club? But I'm afraid to say there's a flaw in your logic here. Because of the date, right? Hell. Look at the ticket. Yeah, notice the date of arrival in port. Ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st of November. Ah. The day on which the sounds like a gunshot was heard on Friendswood Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his Chandersane mission, that ship had not yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. The fact that the steamship has not yet reached Britain substantiates the defense assertion that the victim was investigating the Essex growth on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. What? Very well. Ah? In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that a victim was investigating. Newspaper? 31st October. Yeah. Morning 31st at the large park. Well, I mean, he had an alibi, don't know. Is it this? Because even as an alibi, he just wants to hide his track on that day.
Take that!
Okay. It's proven by this evidence here. That doesn't sound right. Oh no. Yes, this evidence proves it. I think. Did I get punished here? Bruh. The proof is in the pudding. Those 3 equally nonsense statements wasted 15 seconds of the court's time. You accordingly suffer 15 seconds worth of penalty. Consult, bruh. Oh my god. Wow. You need to work on picking a more succinct turn of phrase. I think you might need to work on picking a more appropriate piece of evidence first. Sure, Gregson was on board that ship the day before his body was found, and we know that Essex Rouse stopped at the port drunken in France of the night. Take it from your expression that you intend to risk further penalty. In that case, okay. No, this is the 证明他31号在船上。对他有独角兽 ，It's a unicorn. He has a unicorn. Presumably wrong. Is it the? Oh, is it the watch? Claimed that he was investigating. It doesn't say here, right? Detail the whole raft case dating back years on here. Ain't there. This paper 10 years ago is browning with age look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same redheaded league advertisement. Is it the 31st? And you remember there was a red hair piece at the same too. Was he an exponent of the redheaded league then? No, it can't be that. Oh, it's just this now. He said that, he said he was investigating, no? It's just a notebook. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks inside. Does it say anything? Scotland, your insignia looks genuine to me, and the department and identification number details are all correct as well. There's no doubt that this really is his identification. So it doesn't say anything. What are other stuff that has date? This testimony paper. Oh, we never look at the truck here, huh? But I can't open this. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when he was killed. That's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. Didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like the grease stain from all the fish and chips. Bruh. Oh, we could open this. Wait a sec. Let's have a look inside. It has to be this then. It has to be in here. Yep. Okay. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport. Yep, passport. I was gonna say, like, there's dates on the passport authorizing him to travel overseas. This greasy hand case. All the fish and chips. Just looks like my mouse. All the oil. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on the trip aboard then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was. Oh, what is this? Yep, let's go. Just one day before the incident. What? Really? Yep. Passport, let's go. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Yeah? Okay, it's just this.
Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Hello, hello? Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Yeah, like the horn doesn't hit it, it's just the mouse. The mouth? Or the order? This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS rails arrived to Dover, it docked on the north coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Drunken, France, who could possibly have taken the victim there. Ha 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 ha. I'm impressed, Ryunosuke and Naruhodo. Certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? Prosecuting strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecutor's Office on the day before the incident. The victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecution's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe has something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? Yeah, we're not on, he's not on your side, guys. Courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? Yep. The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper. Order? What on earth are you saying, Consul? Prosecutor made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. Better Reaper's hand. This theme though? This is new, I think. A banger, this is new. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. I'm pretty sure we already established that the fake name alias was Gregson, not the Reaper. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying that the mission he was undertaking was... Oh, can you hear the... This is like his theme! Like, that's his theme remix. Yeah, the new violin. No, his theme originally had violin, but the remix of, like, when we were outside of the court, the theme was, like, they had, like, more, like, violin thing, I think, for the remix. Obviously an assassination. Baroque Banzis never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victim lost his life, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. Everybody has alibi for everybody else, huh? What the hell you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes sense. Makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as a Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Ranzix. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. The true Reaper is somebody else. Baroque Ranzix is not a Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Growls on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh? You have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Console? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Mr. Mikotoba and Judge Joku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm sure we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think, perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did aboard the SS Rose that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Gina? Eh? What? The victim's notebook that you read an expert from earlier that doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. Describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. 10 years? You're lying. Even if all of them blunders what got taken out and had it coming. The boss weren't a Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. Hey, you may just be an apprentice, but if you spend any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lysandra, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Okay. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reapers got up to these past 10 years. Name of victims, dates, and places and stuff. And the last entry here was 31st October. Why can't we just look at this? Just give it to me as evidence. It says growls on the place on that day, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal, got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. Okay, it's just the 10 years ago case. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established facts here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could have only known if he was working with a Reaper. Okay, but my point is, like, you're saying, yeah, he's involved with the Reaper, but you can't prove that Reaper was Lord Ranzix, right? So... Hello? So, who was this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lysandra, read a name for the court. Oh, the name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the growls on 31st October. Let's go. Could have just fucking shown the notebook an hour ago, okay? How do you read this then? Oh, wait. Didn't we... Rating still not her strong suit, bruh. That ain't the problem, alright, hold on. It's a funny name. It ain't English. Yeah, it's a JP name. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. Just fucking look. Seshiro. Is it? Seshiro. Yeah, Seshiro. Jigoku. What did I say? Maybe. What did I say? Jigoku was here only because of this. What? It can't be. Seshiro Jigoku. But that's Jojijoku. Seisho Jijoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection.
But that came right, I know Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. Fake Jigoku. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, it was Phil, right? Phil, yeah, the Reaver failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake. Why wouldn't he tolerate a mistake? So he killed the inspector personally. Why would he do that? That shit don't even make sense. Reaper, of course, being the accused. Broke Van Zees. Proof? It's an undeniable logical argument. How is that logical? Cosmo, you planned it for the trial to go this way all along.
Hold it!
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Pray forgive the discordancy of feeling my hell of chalice was I stand accused of murder. What's your excuse for showing this, huh? Lord Van Zees? The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You return to the dock. Yeah, chalice fee combo. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. Let's go. That girl is no detective. Eh? What? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an apprentice. I'm an inspector. Okay. Repeating rumors here around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of the trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned it. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I'm the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Naruhodo, this is our chance. Let's go. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. Testify. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. I just realized this is just a chess piece now. That's the horse chess piece at the bottom. Very well, I'll make an assumption and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Let's go. Don't allow me to toast the course impartially. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. I mean, he doesn't. He throws it in the back anyways. Counsel for defense begin to cross immediately. Let's go. And once, my lord.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Griston was basically acting as Reaper. Oh, we're gonna have that. Not you and all, that ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret. And that notebook said what he found. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigation into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gresson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm. What you're on about. The Reaper's victims were all extremely shredded criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them all alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at his head. Nope. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gresson's movement, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. He knew a cigarettes. Yep. Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. Ah, so he went to the wrong location, huh? So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there, yeah, but not him, huh? But, of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship dock at the northern coast of France. Isn't this fucking alibi? As shown by the passport found in victim's metal truck, bruh. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Or gonna say like he still make the orders? Fine. Something wrong. Seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh no? It's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Hmm?
Hold it!
Names of the victim, days, place, and stuff. What in particular? Well, besides the victim's name, this other name keep cropping up. The Sashin Goose Girl, no? What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday, yep. The same name written and over again. You mean, yeah, Asashin. Asashin being assassin. Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or some of that, isn't it? Were you even listening yesterday? Asashin. They would be runnable and who to use to get at them. The person actually executing his plan was someone else, you're saying? Yeah, assassin. Assassin. Yeah, assassin. Assassin. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah, then perhaps what it says on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seichiro Jiroku's life? Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Jigoku, what name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happened, brah. As it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. Yeah, because she's already dead, no? In other words, Grayson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Grayson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. Nameless assassin.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seichiro Jigoku. That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. Yeah, Odo. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. So they say, what, 6 years? 10 years ago after that fateful case. Precisely, in the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. Like return? It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. Yeah. Didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Probably is, huh? Well, don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course. Is he actually the fucking fucking Professor? Bruh. You're right. Yeah, he's Professor, and then he pinned the stuff on Asoge's father. Seichiro was trying to mitigate Genshit's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Yeah, he also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. It was a pitful situation, yes. I forget all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did. It was considered to be an adjourned to the professor's proceeding, you see, but he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the sand. And there you have it. What motive? Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own role? That there is no saving anyone who faces a raper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? Oh, no? Or are you suggesting that the reason Judge Yoki was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after the trial. The raper had no time to do his work. Bruh, who fucking cares about a case like fucking 10 years ago, bruh? But then 10 years later, the raper returns to Britain once more, bruh. That's like too much. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the raper is, bruh. Come on, that's absurd. Exactly, to take someone's life or death. Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Nope. Are you stupid, bruh? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... Right, I have just about enough of this. Why doesn't she have an objection line? 10 years ago is only 1 year to... I know. It's like a Akagi, right? Gina. All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. Is Culver's? Come on, Odo. Yes. Probably he's not the person that does it. Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or some that? What? You got to find a flaw? You do usually. We're not done with the process. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please for the boss. Alright, Gina, heck feel bad for Gina. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. What the fuck, bruh? I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back salon couldn't make a detective, bruh. She's not a fucking detective, you stupid. When this trial's over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Laundry. Don't worry, you are gonna go to jail. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Is that clear? I've had it with you a lot. Oh yeah, it lies every bleeding place. Yeah, look in this row. In it, well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seems odd. Oh, did you mean? Oh, what was the line that he said odd? First or second, though. I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help falls on deaf ears. Which one was it? Come on, it'll help. You gotta find a flaw. Okay, it's not those. It's like I think it was the second line, right? I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Among us, everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Where? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes. Oh, fuck! There's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Oh, it has to be him then. Huh? Or is it this? Mikotowa?
Take that!
That's right, of course. By you, that's not right. Be genuine stock, Lord Antiques. Me? What? Your face has turned ashen. How could he know? Is that what you're thinking? If my face has turned ashen, it's because I'm thinking. How could he? Okay, I don't know where you're going with this. So it's Mikotowa then, no? But maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show to Quora will clarify. In that case, the defense will present evidence to the substantiate its claim. Oh, it's right! To which piece of evidence does the alleged inconsistency relate to? Inconsistency relate? What did he say, brah? Can I do Lucky Charm now? I don't think this... Bruh. I don't know, man. Wait, can we look at this? Pull the air, right, they say. There. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Jones. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if we were to tug his ear with all my might right now? Sure, that we'll find out when the time is right. To be a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience, so it's not now. But I want to know. Oh. Can't use it now, huh? Fuck! What was his line? Wait. He says something. Let me see. What did he say? Fall somewhere. Show her, Gina. Why are you saying nothing? Bruh. Bruh. It's past. I can't see what he said. Strong hair look like vanilla ice cream. It does. Yeah, he does. Bruh, I don't know what the fuck the inconsistency is. Is there anything that's related to him? What did he say? He said that the assassin, right? He said the assassin. There's no name on it. Wait a sec. Police business. One additional person. Oh, one additional person?
Take that!
Nope. I'd hope not to have presented this evidence, but you leave me no choice. What you say to this, Lord Van Zeeks? Your feeling were correct. Presenting that evidence was a mistake. I suggest you withdraw it. Sorry? Good advice, because you've turned decidedly ashen. I only hope the Reaper doesn't hold that against you. Finger crossed. Bruh. This line of argument has run its course. Suggest you learn from your mistakes before you make a fatal one in the eyes of the Reaper. I don't get punished? Better listen very carefully to the test one again. Oh my god, I don't get punished! That's what we had to work with. May help us that Lord Mancy is in his hand too. Yes, perhaps. Sure, Gina knows nothing she hasn't told us. There's no point of trying to get more out of her. You notice how Kazuma-san reacted to Lord Mancy's words. Well, he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Well, I'm sure Kazuma did it to eliminate any shreds of doubt that the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considered to be his father's killer, after all. I do worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in the testimony somewhere, the trial may end and adjudication won't go in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everybody is saying. Okay. Is it a garage? It's not this.
Hold it!
Is it? I think it's the second or third line now. Yeah, Asashi. Right here. The assassin. Canon plan. If that's true, Reaper doesn't need to start. Is it alibi? That's what I mean. Or no, his location though. Because like he went to, is it the SS? Like he was just not there now. Can't find the name here. It's still the last time we picked the name, but then we have to find. We need to present evidence that says that there's an inconsistency. Yeah, that's the line though. The second line. I don't think was there any line on here. No, this is the line where they talk about like he saying Asogi is whatever. Yeah, right here. No. Is it this?
Hold it!
The professor case. Is it this? Trying to meditate Genshin guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. Has to be him then, maybe, huh? I don't know if like we can pick the person. Like if we have the wrong person, maybe like they just let us continue to pick the evidence. Gotta let Carrie actually manage to break the witness stand. Some words when he was charged. And then he said, oh, so he was innocent, no? Yeah. He was charged, so he's not innocent, so the raper shouldn't be doing stuff to them, no? That's the inconsistency. That's the inconsistency. Because he's not innocent. He got charged. Right? So he didn't escape, so there's like no, yeah. So we say that. And then be like, inconsistency, the raper, the notebook. Of like, he being on the notebook because like, you know. Okay, I'm pretty sure that is that. Well, either way, that's the inconsistency. I don't know if I pick Mikotoba or him.
Take that!
Can't do this. Definitely something strange about that. Didn't add up. The inconsistency. Inconsistency is a statement made by this person. Okay, that's right.
Objection!
Yeah. People can only be inconsistent in what they say if they actually testify. But in case you hadn't noticed, the person you're accusing isn't even in the stand. Ah. Oh, that's wrong. The defense appears unable to respond to that replication. Any further obvious deliberation of assertion to these proceedings will not be tolerated. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so it is broke. And I just say the password. Oh no, the case from 10 years ago now. Okay, either way, I know the inconsistency. I just need to find it. I need to find which one it is.
Take that!
Or no, we have to say Gina. Because it was Gina saying that when he was doing it. Yeah. Maybe it's Gina? Okay, I don't know what. Let me see. It has to just be a notebook. We don't have the notebook here. Case from 10 years ago? Oh, that's definitely Genshin. No, this is his dying paper. He actually penned the report. No. I don't know what evidence it is. I know the discrepancy. I understand the logic, but I don't know which one it is. I don't... Why can't we just have the notebook? It can't just be this, I showed a password last time, right? And that was incorrect. Autopsy. Is here the boat or the autopsy, huh?
Take that!
No. Okay, let me try something. What if I pick Gina? What surprise?
Hold it!
What game is this called? Great Ace Attorney. 不是，我理解他的逻辑，但是我不知道是学什么。就他的逻辑是他当时那个法官已经被判有罪了，所以他没有逃过制裁，所以他不应该是什么10年后要把他给弄掉，要私下给那什么。I understand the logic. I think that's the logic, but I don't know what to click here. Okay, what if I say it's Gina?
Take that!
Of course by you, Gina. Of course. What's that supposed to mean, yeah? Gina. Bruh, is it something that Asogi says? Bruh. Gina's a person giving a testimony here, so if there's any inconsistency, they can only have been introduced by her. I don't know where you're going with this, but maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court would clarify. Okay, I felt like the BGM to stop when we click the correct person, don't know. Make sure this is an alleged inconsistency related to. I don't know, man. I actually have no idea here. Bruh.
Take that!
No. Is this prove that Prentice detected earlier statement is flawed? It is? Only the evidence proves is that the man advocating for the defendant is nothing more than an apprentice lawyer. Ah! What? Great what? I'll learn ya to go abandoning that apprentice claptrap about it. Sorry, I really put my foot in there. Oh my god. Not the feet again! Not the time for feet here, okay? I think this line of argument has run its course. Oh my god. Let it failure be a lesson to all you apprentices. It would be better to listen very carefully to the test one again. So wait, I didn't get punished. So that's what we have to work with. Oh yeah, we don't get punished because like, but... Wait, do I? No, it is the last line because this is where he picked. No, okay, I don't want to do that. It's Asogi. Strongheart didn't say anything, right?
Hold it!
It has to be Asogi then.
Take that!
BGM stop? By you. Kazuma Asogi. Does that work me? Is this some attempt at the breasting console? Rosker Asogi has given no that's way. So okay, it has to be Gina or Baroque. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? No, it's right. Wait, you let something slip. Oh, that's right. No, this is right. This is right. That you shouldn't have. Okay, I'm right. I'm right. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you realize what you've done. This is right. It's Asogi. Very well done, console. Go ahead. But evidence reveals an alleged inconsistency in something Asogi has said. Okay, now the BGM is correct. Wait, for ending, the BGM stop meaning is correct. Okay, I don't know what evidence though. Is it a password with an additional one person? Because he would have known the other person, right? But he didn't wrote the question mark. Let's see.
Take that!
Nope. So, my initial impression were correct. This is nonsense. Ah! You accuse your best friend and back it up with that. Clearly. The Ryunosuke Naruhodo I know is dead. Oh my god. Struck down by my best friend. believe what you intended to point out, Mr. Naruhodo, was when Kazuma said, "Oh, we have a fucking... Finally, we have some hint here, because at the time he was making his way to the steamship dock in the northern coast of France. Showing a pastor found the victim's metal trunk. Yes, that's exactly it. I take it from your expression that you're not going to let this go. Correct. I made a mistake, that's all. It's the trunk? What you're suggesting I said that was inconsistency. The trunk that has a blood? Let something slip. Wait a second. It's just the trunk then.
Take that!
Yep. This. It's a trunk that belongs to Inspector Gregson. Metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. Okay, so not what I was thinking. Was this a blood stain? And a relatively fresh one too. What? You mean that ink grease from all Boss's fish and chips? She actually thought it was fish and chip grease, bruh. Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There's no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there is a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street fellers made off with the trunk. Ah, yes, she took it out, no? Hoping to sell it. But I found it, me. With me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present at when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. He was on the boat. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship dock on the northern coast of France. Showing the pastor found the victim's metal truck. Oh yeah, in the metal truck, I see. He wouldn't have known that it was in the truck. So the question is, how do you know about the inspector's truck? Ah. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? I don't know, in his pocket?
Objection!
But you know it was a metal truck. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Drunken, on board the Estes Groves, bruh. We'll go on a witness stand. As that's the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke. Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma were there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. He's the assassin? Oh no, Naruhodo, surely sure you don't think? Uh-oh. Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules? The only thing that really talks in the courtrooms is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it, beyond all reasonable doubt, that you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson. There's a clue that you overlook, a secret that Truck can tell us. Yeah, the passport! The passport with additional person. I can't be sure at this point. I will need to verify it, but I have a nasty feeling I'm going to be right. It's just a passport, no? He was being made as deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. Then we'll identify the core where in the truck this alleged clue is to be found. The passport, no? Oh my god, the fucking... I didn't see this knife here. Where is the evidence that ties Asogi to Gregson? This thing here. It has to be this. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? Gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the truck with considerable force. Wonder how it happened. Is this? Their clothes are so clue? It's like old, well, they're like, Naruhodo is, just, like, old JP uniform. And Susato is like, I think, kimono now.
Got it!
This is your proof. What do you say to that, Prosecutor Sogi? Personally, I think trying the defense console to the inspector's trunk and tossing it into the sea would be more helpful. That's wrong? What? At least that way, London's courtrooms will be safe from his destructive accusation. Believe that was a rather long-winded way to telling that you're wrong, Miss Naruhodo. Brah, very well. Then let us see if you sink or swim under the weight of this penalty console. It's not the fucking thing. It's the blood? You can't allow yourself to drown at sea yet. I was hoping never to let that happen. Funnily enough. What? It's the blood? It's the blood. Can I open this? I have to open this again. Yeah, I have to open this again then. What's in here? There's nothing here. Is this the blood then? No, oh, the additional. No, it's a passport. Yeah. Additional person. Day before Gregson's body was found. Need his document for his trip to France. And when it says permission for the yeah, one additional person. Yes, okay. My logic is correct. I just had to correct. Can't believe it was you. Kazuma. Yes.
Got it!
Phoenix, right? Don't they have like mod of him in fighting games? Mr. Prue, what do you say to that? That's wrong? Personal. Oh my god. It's the blood? What the fuck? That's wrong? Oh my god. I'm missing something here. It's just the blood. Wait, can I open this again and see that? Oh, so he was, yeah, Ultimate, Marvel, and Capcom 3? Is it? Oh my god, it's this. The fucking point of the night. Do you see that? Something stuck in the side of the trunk here is glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly you can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. It's this. It's
Got
this.
it!
Let's go. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma. Slung around your waist as ever today. Is the esteemed blade Karuma. Oh, he's gonna show. Of course it is. Why don't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Believe? Watch Prosecutor Sogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. They have two though. Let's go. There is a famous like what's that thing called? Like the Yakuza Japanese game? Liu something? There's somebody that made a mod of like Phoenix and Edgeworth fighting in courtroom with that like model or something. Oh no. The tip is broken. Let's go. The fragment of the metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword. The question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Sogi. Let's go. Extremely done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Sogi? Yes, on 31st October I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Drunken, brah. In order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel is you. Was me, bruh. And the mission was to kill the assassination of the Mori. Oh my god. Okay, end of case. Not the Reaper. What? Well, I mean, he could say I failed, right? So it shouldn't matter here, huh? You mean? You're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook. You were following the Reaper's order to dispatch Judge Yoku. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. He's gonna say no? I have killed no one, yes. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Drunken, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You're never going to do it. Lies? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. You don't know if that's the actual Jigoku? On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson, and we traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Duncan. Then we boarded the Estes Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin. Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you already told us that you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night at a boarding house in a town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Duncan. My signature will be in the register book. It will be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was fair. I'm sure it was easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresco Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. Yeah. And then his wretched agent's life. That's a real trope behind Inspector Gregson's murder. Let's go. But if you did nothing as you claimed, how did the tip of your story come to be lodged into the inspector's trunk? He just wanted to open it. He didn't know how to open it. I don't need to answer that. What? The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade is irrelevant to the case, and accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter, brah. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. Oh, we can look at that. Can we get both or just one? As you wish, my lord. Okay, just one. Just karma, yeah. Okay. We must take immediate action now to verify whether Sessho Jigoku remains unharmed. What? So we get a break, huh? Remains unharmed. I agree. That should be our first priority, bruh. Is he gonna die here? It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. Same with Mikotoba though. How did you? When a foreign dignitary invited to the Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours. It's not just him though. It's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think that Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of the prison cell. Brah. Isn't that right? Lord Van Zeeks? What? If I were truly the Reaper, I would be able to tell you. Order in court, order. We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes, yep. Now. Oh, wait, I get all my life points back then, huh? Guests of the symposium have been told to remain in regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who only just arrived in the country. Except that is for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. Had to agree, bruh. That is like not actual hard evidence. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense sakes, my lord, certainly hope we are successful. If we're able to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Bruh. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Okay. We just stand here. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't an inhabitant of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I feel it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. But unfortunately, though, I don't think there is anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. No, the lucky charm? Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last year. Yes, let's go. Oh, we do it now? Of course, let's go. Little Mr. Shomdog that Iris gave us. This has to be the dancing thing then, no? If for some reason completely run out of option to try out today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull! Here goes then, I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Hey? Ooh! Ow! That scream. Sounds like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Oh, he's just a telephone off. Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the fellow doll talking. Pull the ear again. As hard as you can. Alright then. I'll pull all my strength into it. Here? Oh my god, he's on the ship. Oh my, that's so cute! The plot convenience? I know. Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner. Iris? Are presently, or just this. Yeah, I guess that's Iris. Presently in the first class cabinet of the SS Rouse. Let's go. The SS Rouse. She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. Oh my god, flies! We're currently docked at Drunken, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the strats of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried cab to the station and by train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place. Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Sholmes? World famous great detective. Resigned to perfection, well done. You're a genius. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Mrs. Sato, gentle, what is genius here, please? Oh my, I'm very so sorry. If I may, Sholmes? Ah, there you are, Mikotova. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Brown. Wait, 30 minutes, so he can come back here now. Like, well, I mean, it takes like more than 1 minute from the port to the court, but at Scotland yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recall my steamship ticket. Ah ha 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 ha. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our core-bounded companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We just entered a recess. Trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. If we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say. Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within a half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Oh, ow, 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 ow. I shouldn't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes. Why the deuce? What I know is Virus' invention, not mine. For selling merch. Okay. Let's let I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour. Sholmes, yeah, Mikotova. We have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Nafels before long. There are times, Mikotova, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So let us begin. Do I fucking get to investigate as is POV? First class captain number 2? Yes, this is the one, but I don't believe an investigation of the captain is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. I guess this is part of the investigation then, huh? Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a war-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize war-traveling great sailor, taking strong rower where you see it? Sholmes? Great detective, huh? I don't think so. Bruh. Do you see that, Mikotova? Yeah. It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Yeah. Goddess me? Is that a tattoo that says Shones? That's a tattoo? Bruh, I must say, with such adoration is flowering naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe, like yourself. He's a ship man, currently traveling the world for a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikadova. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see? We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, the man by the name of Jigoku. Oh, he's here, huh? Central heating was invented in 1990 before lawyers had to put fire on steel justice just to stay warm. Really? There was no one with this name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for a passage. Ah, you mean Easter Man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here in Drunken, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? The Central realized that we're after him. Was he? His captain is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I had orders not to let even Mouse inside. Mikadova, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Bruh. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? 大声密谋. Curses! The plan is ruined, and you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Shows. Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside. Hello, hello? Mikatova. I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock. Oh, within a mere 5 seconds, yes. So you'll be kind as to afford me the requested time, old friend, in your typical commanding manner. How could I refuse such a typical unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so? The game is afoot? Oh my god, we play as Mikatova or Sherlock here? Must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. Nah. Try it? Oh my god, we're gonna try everything, huh? Snap. Choo choo! I don't think he's gonna do anything. We're here already? Yeah. We're in recess time right now. That sounds like Big Mousetrap. Choo choo! That sounds like train. I'll rain bucket of water later and put out of misery, bruh. Oh, is this caution? Is this no? I don't like the sound of that. It has to be this. Any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese minds make a choo sound. Oh. Oh, really, Shones? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? Pee-pee! Naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I rarely admit. So go ahead, Mikatova, do a pee-pee this time. No, thank you. Sure, I can come up with an alternative solution. It's just a bell. Wee-woo, 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 wee-woo. This will appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to rain. Okay, not this then. The whole crew would know about it. So, like, they're gonna panic. Set it off. Here goes then. Pardon me, advance. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? See Mr. again. Report at once. Let's go! Yeah. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me. By word famous, no, as I told you. Yeah, that's enough. Now shows down. Done. Yeah. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there guarding my brilliance, because over we go in. And then we lock the door again, huh? Oh, yes. Yep. Let's go. Kavella. Let's go. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seshilos without question. Oh. Well, it seems we're just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, while we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But Berkeley crewman may return at any moment, Sean. We only have 30 minutes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all more thrilling. 没有，并不强弱，正大光明，开锁镜的好吧。 This new BGM. Rules of passage. Passenger must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. That's the same thing. Additionally, there are severe punishments for selling away in wardrobes and or travel cases. Feel the rules have increased since I last read them. It has? No? Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on a wall? Doesn't that strike you? Maybe you're right. Probably just your imagination though. Can't we just take it off? A trifle? And you know what I always say in Mikotoba, there's nothing important about trifles. Probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Huh? Can you open this? Shoe. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partially to all things large. And a rattle clumsy fellow, if he failed to notice he had left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you imagine. You might think, but still an hindrance to a speedy escape. Let's go. Huh, pity. It's locked. So you can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. Yeah, can't you just open it? Sadly not, bruh. It has a 7-digit combination lock. Okay, I gotta find the code. And I'm not in a more enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. How about in the trash can? Waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside. Indeed? Then let us pray. Discovered recently and I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. Sincerely hope only for your work. Yep. Here we have a notice issued to the passenger from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before you arrived in London then, when I was still aboard myself. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill over. Drill will take 20 minutes. 10 p.m. Oh yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Okay. How do we add to the court record when... Oh, I can't see it here. When I'm not here? Quite the extinguished glass, I must say. See here how it... Oh, something here, huh? Is something wrong, Shums? He suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice. What opulence the first-class passenger enjoyed. Chill drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the same ship is equipped with an electrical refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner. Luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerator for storing all sort of ladders produced as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. What? I haven't taken on the favor of the food I ate, you know? What? Oh, this is what? There's a speaking tube here, look. Those been stopped her with some claws, so the voice of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Ayo, ayo? Or indeed, so that the voice in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. What you mean by that? I don't know. Watery means like he wants to fuck now. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Oh no, it's because he was saying that they were eating like soup, like VIP. So he was like, I'm hungry. That's what he meant. Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Yeah. Is this socks or something? I don't know. They don't say what it is. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Usogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size of this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for. It was the site of my first fatal meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dynamic rhetoric. Come along now, and you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Shell. Surely you can just tell me what you said. We're not opening to see? Well, I uttered some brilliant remarks and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I will just read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Adventures. Okay, so we can't open that. It has to be the books now. Oh, this thing, it was here before and then it came here, no? Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on a long sea voyage. I found a mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory. See? Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the adventure of Mr. Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me, bruh. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? Where's the free copy? I don't see it. The wall is slightly different color just here. Do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises from when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Can we now remove it back? Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may be very well be the illustrated thief who has been plaguing France's gallery of late. 对，不是，原来这个东西，这个框在这边吗？被人移过了。Think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, don't you? The outline on the wall. Feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape elsewhere. Okay, so can I click this now? Oh, okay, take them back. We're out here herlocking, yes. You're still here. Ah. Seaman Shrugno, hello again. I was beginning to think you had never materialized. Eh? You? You're waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a heartily Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of the trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunk of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. This is the dance? I'm afraid. I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jugo has not yet left this vessel at all. Yeah, exactly. What, he's in a fucking drawer? Ah. Or he's in a case. And for another, my dear seaman Shrognov. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? Are we shocked, guys? Hell. How can you? How can you? Good gracious, Rose. You mean you've worked it out? All of it. We don't need a correction here, right? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance? Let's fucking go! Of my inimitable logic and reasoning. Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Shrogner, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jidoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Yeah, no playing, no correction, no VS correction. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikutova. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observation skills then. Mikutova? It's been 10 years since we last did this, Jones, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabinet for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look but observe. Observe and the answer becomes clear. So, impress me. Think I can manage that. Ah. Shows the impossibility that he was gone 2 hours ago. The 3 hour? This no. Yeah, 10 years since they danced. What's hot? Bruh, look at the belly button. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Cabinet door. Oh, his clothes, right? Oh, I can't click his clothes. Speaking to, he doesn't know? I don't know, man. Which one is it? We can't click on the clothes now. Oh, I can't click anymore. It's the waste paper now. Is it
Take
this?
that!
Nope. Uh-oh. Oh fuck. Mikotoba, no games now. Where my words? Were they not? Okay, the Coach Jones, where's the fun in life without a little fooling around, huh? Quite right you are. That was a close shave. Better rethink that before I'm the fool here. Jigo didn't disembark 2 hours ago at all. That was a lie, wasn't it? Of course it was, and I had hoped you would be quicker to point out why. Otherwise, the evidence itself may melt away. Oh, it's the eyes! Before our own eyes. It's the eyes. Bruh.
Take that!
Oh my god. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah. Yeah, the original dance of deduction. This is the original. This is the OG. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabinet until moments before our arrival. MJ? Titau. No, it's not MJ. I forgot a name. There's a name for that. Well, I think yeah, MJ used to do that as well. It's a type of like dance. With this well-chilled glass in hand, get your mind off to the refreshment. Jones? One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Yeah, tap dance. Yes, tap dance. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Shono? With orange truth, yeah. But why would Shishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabinets of the Essex Rouse are the same ones in which you and Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage to Japan? Ah, that's right. They are. Yeah, he also did tap dance. I was in the cabinet next door and Seishiro was, yes. 50 days in this very cabinet during our voyage, as I suspected, for you see. There are traces in the cabinet of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. The frame? What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, is it? Shows what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabinet of some nefarious activities. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't escape your notice. Yeah, it has to be this frame then now. Something out of place here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remains of a dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quiet and Kargurus. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. We will know. Now then, let's see if I can uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. 是吗？有这么一段吗？ It has to be rule of passage now. Mark on the wall. Mark on the wall. No, it's just a mark on the wall. No, it's this. Okay, you know what? It's fine. We have enough lives.
Take that!
Is it that? Nope, bruh. Okay, he's gonna give me a hint, bruh. Mikotoba, no games now. Okay. That's some fun. Give me the hint here. You must tilt your head to one side and listen carefully to the faint cries of the scene. Hear the evidence calling out for you to find it. Here I am. It cries. So it has to be the sock. Well, your methods were never conventional, but you know I've always been willing to give them a try. Dear God, Mikotoba, open your eyes. It was a metaphoric listening that I was suggesting. Ah, metaphorical. I mean, this? It has to be this then. Speaking to.
Take that!
Okay, that was my second guess. Nope. Oh my god. Rah. Uh-oh. What happens when we die here? Do we just like start from the start? It has to be the other frame. Tilt. No, so I was right. So it's not the trace, but the frame here. It has to be this. Can't be the fucking bug.
Take that!
That's the only two, and then the wardrobe. Okay, good. Let's go. It's a rule of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. If you die, Shon still Mikotoba captures and throws him overboard. Is that true? The way they're hanging cricket on the wall, as if they were put here in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. Da, you're right. When did the frame move? Probably the most observant of crewmen, aren't you? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservation about your readability. Oh dear, that really seems to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Yeah, something behind. Oh, that looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see. The projector has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern stranger? Oh, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I don't know how to approach this one, Shones. My dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. The Shones? Oh, we gotta look at something on him, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'll put a ragger on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. Has to be behind him, though. Yep. Money. Banknote.
Take that!
Yeah. Hashtag blonde, hashtag sailor outfit, hashtag what was that thing called? Like belly button. You see the belly button? It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world, money. And ragged at the Eastern fellow in question. Is Seshiro Jigoku. Yes? Yeah. So, I just realized these are fishes. The sailor thing, 这是两个鱼啊. The bow of it? The bow of it? The bow. So I presume you realize what this means? There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabinet, and the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. I believe you know, Mr. Shrugno. You know where he's hiding at this precise moment in time. Yep, he's inside of the... As always, Mikotoba, in matter of deductions, the fruitive glance is your unfathoming alley. Yes, I know you're onto something here, Shones. You found a clink in the squirrel fellow's armor. We only need to follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. Slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible. Shows the man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as the predicted glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. Shall I let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow? Toes? Large drunk. Breath still looking at this shit.
Take that!
Strong Yue. Twin fishtails. Toes, exactly. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seshiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside his trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it'll be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. Yep, as soon as possible. ASAP, but how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. Oh, it's the thing on him, no? In short, before Jigoku hid himself in that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. Yeah, he does. Yeah. As I'm sure you can confirm. Girl? No, I know nothing of the combination. Is this 3? Is this 5, 4? This is this. 5, 2, 3. 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. Is this? Don't move a muscle. My good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikadova, what'd you do to honor and open the trunk? Let's go. How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number. Remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Yeah, 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4. Wait. 5, 2. Right? 2. 1. 0. 4, 5. Wait. Wait, I forgot. What was it? 5, 2, 1, 0. 3. Yeah, Shomes 3. This. Wait, we're using 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. 5, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 0. Oh, 5, 2. Oh, 5, 2, 3. 1, 0. 4, 5. Yeah, this.
Take that!
There. Because that looks like a 3. Like 3 and S's, you know. Click. That did it. It's open. You had me metal, didn't you? So he was not shot though, no? Well, Eugene, you found me now. Seshiro. Now we jump off the boat into the sea and go to the port. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know? But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish there were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Japanese uses Sherlock Holmes to lock a 6 digit. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. It's in katakana then, no? This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikatoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made a cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. BGM, well, Seshiro, are you going to explain all this? Can we get off the boat and explain? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival on Britain, an attempt was made on my life here in this very ship. By the Reaper of Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. It became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again, so he decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes, of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxurious steamship are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. I don't care about evidence? The cabin did just happen to be available. So I purchased a ticket, and here I am. Just saying for myself the obvious remains of that incident in this cabin. So you already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, have you? Had you, to prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once, yep. It's not katakana. It's still in English, they just don't have the 3 for the S at the beginning of Shomes. Why? Why they took out the S? Oh no, because instead of Sholmes is like instead of Sherlock Sholmes is Sherlock Holmes, right? So it's M. It's supposed to be, or no, it's just Sherlock or Holmes. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. Yeah, it's Holmes and Sholmes. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's the uncensored version. Okay, we have this. I'll take it. Oh, to convince him to come. What is this? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. Oh yeah, I got you. You're summoned here, huh? You know what the ramification is of ignoring a document like this from a British court would be? Well, I mean, nobody's gonna stop him. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. Yeah, just a Holmes. Well, what is it, Sholmes? Inside of Mr. Jigoku's trunk. More evidence? Found this rather fascinating trinket. That's what is that? Says sure, I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some song component from something. But what? I have no idea. Is that on the knife? By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Okay, can I look at that? No, I can't look at. I don't have the record right now, so I can't look at that. Well, Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Let's go. Done with investigation here. No, Old Bailey courtroom. We should have another dance with Ryunosuke though. Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, while the score was adored, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Jigoku whereabouts cannot be ascertained. I see. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the raper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
You see? Oh yeah, it's just Holmes. H-O, yeah, it's just Holmes. It's the same thing. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to pursue when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion. Sholmes, shout out objection that the accused is guilty. No, he just comes here. He just he comes here. All relevant testimony, far from it. There's still a crucial witness from Kumotori is yet to have hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once. Console? Let's go. We just see Jigoku, no? Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. Oh. Wait, there's more investigation? To the witness already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seisho Jigoku, yep. The very man alleged murdered by the Reaper. Judge Yoku, you found him. But the investigation of every policing resource in the capital suggests Jigo is already dead. Are we surprised? How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Drunken. Thanks to one of Mr. Sherlock Holmes' famous deductions. Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death because along with the prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. 就是地狱啊 Jigoku 就是地狱 Jigoku is just hell 就是地狱 Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the Estes Grouch on the 31st October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow, 9:30. No objections from either side? No, my lord? No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Okay. This is investigation part 1. Oh my god. We actually do get an investigation here. Unexpected hall of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing about the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, we're investigating at night here? Mr. Jones and his partner returned to Baker Street. Okay. Oh my god! Oh man, I'm fucking hungry, bruh. There's some turkey here. There's some Thanksgiving. Look, pie? Pie, soup. Bruh. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearying day than Bikudoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the roads, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Yeah, early Thanksgiving. Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Possessed by hatred, huh? Oh, Miss Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as a Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now, like eight months ago, Mr. Strom still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself describes as a great detective's lie. Now that I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it's another country, Mr. Jones. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detective dare have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him. Oh yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten it already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Jones. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Jones? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present, bruh. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. And what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'll think the trial were won already. Yeah. Early celebration here. Oh, roasted beef, kippers, stew, steak, kidney pie. Kidney pie? Yorkshire pudding. Oh, that's a pudding, I see. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll see myself just here. This place appears to be the only one seat with the helping of a pleasant at will. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not here, huh? Why not here? That's not for you. Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me. Oh, for like, sorry, right? That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see, well, that's terribly kind of you. Yeah. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Yeah. Oh. Iris, do you mean? Yeah, she found out like 10 years ago. Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on a conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I left. What? What? This misunderstanding arose because of the autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. So we still don't know. Bruh, imagine if it's fucking Jigoku. It's about that, Iris. You know why? Yeah, she understands. I know he can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pleasing is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for airdropping. Oh. No, that's quite alright. Why don't I get any apologetic pleasant? So just who is Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out tomorrow then. In court? So then let us dine, while our largely pleasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Jones. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like, there are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Okay. Can I look at the stuff first? Let me look at knife first. Yeah, it could be something on here now. Oops. Karma, the great blade, is such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Yeah, tip. The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karma's sauce. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Okay, nothing on here then, huh? Okay. Yeah, 10 p.m. Evacuation procedure. Drill would take 20. Resume duties as soon as drill is over. 31st. Ah. Push it. You see this little thing all over the place, don't you? It's a part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist the time set. Oh, that's what it is. It's called a crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown, like that, what sits on top of the monarch's head. That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo, if this is a crown, I feel like I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere. Yeah, with a very, yeah. By honor, give me a pocket watch, I'm quite sure you have. Okay, so we just do this and... Okay. We just go there and then open it. Yeah. What do you think, Mrs. Otto? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. About to see what the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Okay. Perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Okay. Yep. Can we twist it? No. Okay, it just doesn't... Just shows that it fits right. Is he here then? Nobody's here. He's on here. Okay, it just shows. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it is abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pleasantness with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with very hungry eyes. Ha. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pleasant especially for Susie's daddy. He was eating this entire fucking day? Even though I've played the role of your father to you for far longer. Mr. Jones, could I discuss something with you? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. That's a no? Certainly, my dear fellow. Okay, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I probably can't contain my curiosity on that one. Okay. You need not look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pleasant, we have some rather unpleasant matters to discuss. Let's go. Telegram from Japan. So, what was the telegram you received back from Japan then? Oh, this? Think my lucky stars rise that time. Record found it as indicated. Duplicate follows. K Asogi, A Asa. Yeah, this thing. T Gregson, J Walson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before, yep. At the end of one. Came upon that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking memento intrigue. Plot that involved in the sales of British government's secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we decrypted a fragment of the message. Decrypted, no? Decrypt? Kiyosogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson, but we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So to Jigoku, huh? So it was Strongheart to Jigoku then, huh? So why are the names coming up now? Coming up again now, yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them? Mr. Jones? I had heard the message, but I had a wire yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Yeah, enter Judge Yoko's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you, and in my name, I wonder what guys he ought for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of the names were found in Stetschro's office as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Iroku. He was the intended recipient. Yep, I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question what the list of the name actually signifies. Yeah. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. People that needs to get killed, but without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Okay. Let me see. Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Bria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you, however, at the time. All that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever it cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mrs. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean us? Me. The arrangement between our 2 countries was already in place. 1 university student lawyer and 1 judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would specifically prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think bad, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Yeah. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asugi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. You go. All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualification, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promised a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. So you manipulated me. I've often remarked on extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. Mastermind! But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities and murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as a perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehensions to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refugee she sought. Bruh. Seems to remember, Mrs. Sada and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoted of all guilt. She deserves their reward, I'm sure. Wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go through such lengths, Mr. Jones? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see? Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragedy events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. You need to find out exactly what he knows. Okay. Wait, he doesn't know anything then. Oh, we present this, huh? Is this? Yeah. There was no room for doubt with your instruction in this telegram. You were very clear that it was Judge Yoko's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that where the list of the names would be found. Yeah. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background, you see? Those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. Oh yeah. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the Britain and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Holmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my Mr. Jones, this BGM, bruh. What a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan. Dr. John Watson was murdered, yeah. As soon as I learned of the incident, yeah, and an assassin dies. A hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turns out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Jones, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they have all somehow connected. They're somehow connected. Okay. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Watson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? Assassin, yep, as it was transcribed in Japanese script, and in actual fact, Miss Assassin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months after Watson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed, and accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, Sogi and Gressen, yeah. Owing to our promiscuity, I decided to take measurements to protect Rex and myself, but I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study war from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Yep. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've had recounted many tales about Sogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Watson's death, of course. So, Dr. Watson's dead then. Didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name though, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us doesn't completely tie in with the cats. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. That assassin wasn't killed and she was killed later, no. A big hole, Naruhodo. Ah, yes, you mean about assassin, I presume, yep. Oh, of course, exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? Yep. She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name Jezelbrett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Grey Waterloo Hotel. Ah, and upon hearing that the startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Jones? I had to leave our 4 names on the list to be the names of the victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. She was a killer. No, but she also died though. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? No? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Watson, her visiting student status being merely a front. Aw. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Watson was killed by assassin is because he was the target of assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean? Yeah, Sogi? But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh. He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Drunken in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Osogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts, an international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could a Cosmo possibly have got involved in something like that? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. This is like swapping thing. Those parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. Certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin is at least a state conviction. Thanks to diplomat immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest level, the highest levels. These murderers were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by a contractual agreement. As such, they appear utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That the association and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Shelms. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer target was never Sechiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here with Gregson. So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the Inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes, I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Yeah. Obviously. With a young pickpocket intel. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Grissom did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'll be transferring to Paris Police and taking Gina with him. Yeah. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems, and sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Jigogo to Kazuma just before the verdict in 1-1, and do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Yeah, the mission is whatever this is right here, right? Isn't it Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Bruno to the floor. Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want. Bruno, huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you have me, I'm glad to be your brother. Well then, Iris, we must always be mindful of feelings. Raise you so well. Ha ha ha. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Oh wait, I didn't click the food right, fuck. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about? Preparing for tomorrow. Preparing for what? Teehee? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. Do my very best, of course. Forgot to click the beef and steak here. So the overnight break in the trial's proceeding became a crucial turning point. Exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. And the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend has somehow become involved. Felt as though I had been plunged into an ever greater darkness all of a sudden, but at the same time, I feel sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. That was short? Trial part 2. 帮我薯条了，没有那么快。Old Bailey courtroom. November 4th, yeah, Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is like end of this month. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until him himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the jurisdiction here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Consuls, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. Resolve, the title. That's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? Exactly. He is admitted to colluding with the victim in the plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgression be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. Get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practice, I have granted this prosecution's request. The defense find this acceptable, I presume? Do we? Yes, my lord? I guess. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zeeks. Defense is ready, my lord. Prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough, Prosecutor Asogi. Begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls for the first witness to the stand. Bring Sessho Jigoku into the courtroom. Yeah, at last then. We've reached the final battle. The start of the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Yeah. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that sterling resolve because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha. Well, look at what the young man has become. Didn't think I'll see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. Witness will ensure his response are pertinent to the question asked. My name is Sessho Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his pre-eminent roles. I invite him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. Here he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied a young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I am practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom. I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without information anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'll have to object that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. He's not gonna testify? I decline to comment, yeah. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable ethique, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolence. However, being an alien, I've obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about the man. As such, I am in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this. I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gretson. It has ties to another murder, a case that we tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A session? Yep, a year ago in Japan, the murder of... Okay, Walson, you mean. That's right, and you, Judge Yoku, are at the heart of both cases. Defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through and to the very end too. Let's see your evidence then. Okay. Involved in the case. Isn't it just the telegram? Do I have the other one? I don't have the other case now. I think it's just this, no?
Take that!
Yep, this is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan in Frostling 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Asogi, Shin, Gregson, and Watson. You little. Where'd you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Doku. What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. Gregson and Walson are the names of the victims. Asogi and Shin are the names of the assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Walson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asashin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Aishin and her victim, Jay Walson. And the murder that just took place here in London was a counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi. Really, Brett, yeah. Those victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson, K. Asogi, and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange, and a telegram the defense has acquired as proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Yoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you, yeah. Judge Yoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceeding, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Yoku at all. It was Gregson, Detective Inspector of the Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that sexual Jigoku was a mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoid saying a name. Defense claimed that these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Absurd? Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? No comment? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Grayson's actual murder was in the witness cabinet aboard the S's Browse. The silent is defending, I know. Defeating? Defeating? Yeah. Judge Yoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. He doesn't need to testify. Ha 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 ha. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. The suit also grand. Everybody's grand. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned an assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there has been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I cannot be involved. Huh. So admit it then. As this communication suggests that there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan, a political endeavor at the highest level, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice of foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder, it's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know? What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Konso? Kazuma-sama. Judge Yoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obligated to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. Freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I blacked out. Brah. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have British aboard that same shit and drunken, because if he had been shot in the captain, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew could have heard it. That's right, Gregson was killed after returning to London. In a room... it's the 10 p.m. evacuation day. And the perpetrator of the crime was a raper, Baruch Van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings, clearly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place for this court to pursue this valiant assassin exchange plot. No. Objection. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Consul? No. Brah. Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind as I cross the witness. Brah.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct, it was at the examination century for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. Never forget, I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me for a ride if I would consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that. I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from our British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there, here, and then? Britain acknowledged no part in these allegations, misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make surface allegations. Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as an assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel in Britain was so very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And, of course, we know the reason behind that. Professor case. Yep, he was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father. Gen Shidasugi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asugi. But why was Inspector Gresson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really? Find that hard to believe. Oh, you do? Judge Yoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The fence really ought to catch up. But what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Hi? Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it!
Presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the minister some 2 weeks ago after the ship departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body has somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. Did he just murder in court? Yes? The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. They did not consider dispatching another assassin at that point. That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied. So Shung's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? Still to be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone long enough. All these courts should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. Okay, it's this line. It's the this and then he not able to hear. And then we just be like the 10 p.m. now. Elevator cabin in the first class area of the S crowd, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operations have taken to posting a crewman outside every first class cabin door. Can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Yongchen that night and witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness cabin. And at that particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to follow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Yo's return. I suppose Gregson was there in his capacity as a reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly, as I said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. And true, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk to Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see? That proves it.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a preeminent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard it. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engine? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young jurisdictional assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You'll recall that my cabin was the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like Surge where the jurisdictional assistant goes. Go. It's just evacuation. I didn't mean. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. Was that a bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective covered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten piano eaten out by a worm. Brah. What a worm, no doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in his argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me, but obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabinet on the night in question, as the defense implies, it would have been I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. No, very true. The witness logic is sound. Since no gunshot was here, yeah, it's this night in question. We must assume that a witness is telling the truth. Heh heh heh. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. It's just that line. It's the last thing. I know Cosmo already admitted to taking on his incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing confirmed by someone else is still a real shock. Unforgettable, using Cosmo's Sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a deceivable plan. But I think Cosmo manipulated Jojigo too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh there, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard the steamship. So you mean Jojigoku must be lying? Yep. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him. Okay, this is the last line.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside of his cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the strange ship on the 31st. What? Where'd you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Sherlock Holmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Drunkston at exact 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewsmen of the SS Ground were together on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during the 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Goku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity, that's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some evidence can show his testimony to be false. Yeah, the clock. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, Console, let's go. Inspector Grissom was killed in his cabin that night. I'm certain of it, because the defense had evidence to prove it. You have presented evidence for the defense at once, Console. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in his cabin on the 31st?
Take that!
Judge Goku, this was found in your cabinet yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? Yeah, Halloween. And if you will observe the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from his cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. This was easy. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabinet occupied by you, Judge Yoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you? You young murderer.
Objection!
Expertly monitored Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. But rather like this pocket watch. It's full of tracks. What? And I believe Judge Yoku feels the same way. I was wrong to quit you earlier in the year, bruh. Sorry? If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the role your ridiculous bombast. Like literally saying that they would like do this illegally. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabinet that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. I don't know, man. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabinet means that you acknowledged he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then, you may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabinet aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. It's supposed to be maneuver? I don't know. English like that. The events in the cabinet. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabinet after finishing my evening meals in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with a Ippon seal throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. Is British English? Oh, with like no U, right? I imagine his watch was... So it is maneuver. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. My shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Nope. The case blood, no. Ippon Seio. A common jujutsu martial art technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness cabinet in no way proves that the victim murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the reaper hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Okay, they're all talking about this BS, but like, the reaper is not on board, and then they're just saying that, oh, he has like other assassins that can do it, but they don't know who the fuck it is. Right? So it's like, this is all just like, there's like literally no evidence right here. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Yoku will be deemed to have no involvement in this case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross. What the fuck? I demand a cross. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. Yep. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen. Not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard that posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Grissom told the cruiseman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced, bruh. But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set the alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that the only inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you enter without any inkling of suspicions, that's right? None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By what you mean, that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction, but I've never seen the muzzle of a roller shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha. My Ippon Seiyo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you, bruh. But surely all that commotion caused by the crewman to come in, didn't it? Huh? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seiyo throw.
Hold it!
It has to be this line, then, no? The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's hand being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Yeah, he was saying like it was a worm thing before, no? Ha ha, what are you talking about? That's what the Sarah of your lowbrow detective story told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little scribbling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
Found in London. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, Stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the same ship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? You put it back? When people die, their body remains in the same spot. It's the devil of the thing. It's the truck. He was stuck in the truck. Well, then, obviously a criminal must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying the corpse off the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? It's the truck. Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. Yeah, people die when they kill from fate. And I would like to think the border police would carry the corpse of the English gentleman as hand luggage. So they're saying no. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense of risking being caught by attempting to transfer the body back to Britain. Ugh, that's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Mrs. Otto? We heard that the first-class passenger were under constant scrutiny by the crewsmen posts to guard them, which would mean that the Crippen had no opportunity to dispose the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Gangguoban. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Okay, last line. No possible way is this. But they're saying it's not the truck, huh?
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, Stripling. All passenger and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border, and December's guests were then given straight to the hotel and carriage organized by the minister. Didn't he arrive later than Mikotoba because like he had like different permission or something? We met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. You did? So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a course over my shoulder at the time? What? No? So we're in agreement here. Then, I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector body back to Britain. You don't have the caregiver with you though, unless of course you develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that, yeah, the case. Harry Brains invention didn't actually work if you remember it, yeah. Yes, of course, the fence that becomes unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's the story. Well, I suppose if you think about it. Whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say. Miss Naruhodo must have been murdered here, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that an Inspector Gresson's body was found in the lower room on Frenzo Street. If he was really killed and Judge Igoku's captain, the body would have to move somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people, so there must have been some special... Yeah, he has the permission that made it possible for the curve victim. That would be a vital realization, I think. Okay, so it's the last line. Veil promise? Wait a second, it's the last line. No possible way. He has... There's a thing that says that he has permission of this. No. I remember there was something, no? No, this is Genshin stuff. Is it just this? Because there's blood? Oh, the passport. Lace business. No, that's Tobias stuff. I think it was no, this is autopsy. Wait a sec, maybe? Score font. Is it the ticket thing then? Let me see this again. Deal man. Signature ticket. First class. Does he like not have a ticket? Where could it have gone? This is like talking about his own. This is like saying that we're good. Yeah. It's just it has to be the truck then, but they say it's not the truck. That's the only way to transport. Or it's like he has like permission. Which is like... Autopsy doesn't say anything about like... Okay, I'm gonna pick truck first, but I don't think the truck is correct. And then we'll pick the ticket, I guess. Or can I open this? Again. October, so this password is for the day before Gregson's body was found. Need a document for his trip to France, and when it says permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Can't believe it was you, Kazuma. That's the same. This is too small for a person, actually, to even come in. No, it has to be it cannot be the truck, it has to be the ticket then. We're saying that he can do it, basically. Yeah, letter of introduction, huh?
Objection!
Nope. My lord, as counsel for the defense, I must reject that last statement. 装不下吧，那么小。As for the judge, I must deny your objection. There's no contradiction here. Oh. No contradiction, other than the fact that a Far Eastern lawyer is practicing in a British court. Put there by a not so far away Lord Chief Justice, if you remember. Are we saying that it didn't went back to Britain? It stayed on the ship. It stayed on the ship and then later he retrieved it or something. Because there was blood?
Objection!
No, it's not, yeah. Last statement seems a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? See no inconsistency here, do you? You could span the stress of Dover with those white eyes, console, and be gone from this island forever, I hope. Do you want me to fill the English channel with tears? Okay, wait. Is it not this line? It has to be this line. Broke when I threw him over my shoulder. Is it because it stopped wrong? The time when it stopped?
Objection!
No. No, I think it's the last line. But I don't know which evidence it is. I remember he said that he had permission, but I don't see it in the evidence here. So it's not this. Dismissal. This is not related. Autopsy?
Objection!
No. Maybe it's just not the last line, huh? So it's not the watch.那不是传言证，这是他自己的警察证，没有东西。There's nothing on his identification here. Or is it? Oh, maybe it's this because like he didn't have it with him, right? The other person had it.
Objection!
No. I mean, he did say fish and chips, so it is him. Oh my god, is it the photo? Yes, he had a case. No, oh my god, it's this.
Objection!
Yes, he had a case, yes. The large case, yes, there's no possible way he could have moved. Inspector Gresson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transferring of Inspector Gresson body back to Brennan is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Juyoku is also Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yes. Too obvious once you see it? No, I know he has permission because he talked about it before. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched. Yeah, that's what I mean. I just don't know. I just couldn't find the thing, which is like we have a picture here that he has the luggage when you enter the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Yeah, right here. Well, all those passport checks and luggage letters at the border took... Yeah, right here. Yeah, it took a very long time. He's like, oh, I don't have that. I don't need that. I must say, yeah, I'm very envious of your minister's status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Yeah. Oh, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Hoo. I presume you can recall this, Judge Joku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will know, you have with you your large travel trunk, large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Miss Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gresson was just miles away from us, inside his trunk. What you gotta say about that, huh? You're gonna be like, I was ordered by the Reaper. Order in court? I expect the console that the grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. 5 people in the photo be like, we actually did it, huh? It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man, considerable size fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Joku? Open a case we just lay down in. But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we've spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the appearance scene on Prinzo Street. Taking your trunk with you in the cab to dispose the inspector's body. Don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that sepsis may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Console, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requested size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but it was on the strip, yeah. But one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liner. Yeah. Such ships are equipped with electrical refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyage, and the Esther Gross is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Yoku. However much you prolong this debate, you cannot eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Ha 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 ha. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. No, we're gonna do scientific evidence DNA. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Yogo, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? Really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Why ever no? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim is killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. I mean, in your fucking cabin? The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Frenzel Street when a gunshot was heard. No? He was already dead! As the accused, Baroque Nancy shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution can't say. What the fuck?! The defense deductions amounts to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. What?! What the fuck? I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really working. Yo, what, bruh? The victim was shot in that little room on Frenzo Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Yep, you say that. You tell him. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. The blood on the trunk? Very tantalizing, Console. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gresson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on the Frenzo Street. But his evidence clearly contradicts the claim. I mean, it's an autopsy, you know?
Take that!
Bruh. The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friends' explicable thinking is why people talk of the misquees of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you ever even have a mirror? Bruh, the court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly. Was the victim killed in a room on Frenzo Street, or was he moved there after his death? One piece of evidence we have to show that answer that question is surprisingly clear. Should try to present the correct one this time then, bruh. Are you going to try again? Or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? Prosecution claims that Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene of Frenzo Street. 对，他没有把像之前就是把不用的丢掉。Like this time they didn't have like, oh, we're gonna dispose like evidence that we're not gonna use. So we have everything from 2-4 as well. Contradicts claim. Murder weapon. I mean, that's like... They're saying the clock doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean that they're dead there. It's a trunk with the blood, no? But that doesn't do anything. I don't see anything else though. Is it a trunk? Wait, let me save here. Can't be the trunk though.
Take that!
They're saying that Clary has not died. He died in the ship. They said it's not this though.
Take that!
Yeah. There's no blood on these.
Take that!
The passport? Is it a passport?
Take that!
Bruh. I have no idea. Photo. There was no gunshot. Is that what we're trying to say here? They say it's obvious.
Take that!
Oh no, it's the... Oh, it is. Okay, okay. I was gonna say also this... We already established that the sound wasn't a gunshot, it was like the cracker. Photograph of the victim in the very location claimed he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gresson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Yeah. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted the foetale position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. Sorry to disappoint you, Judge Yoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy, bruh, that was the first thing I did. The victim died instantly. Ah, okay, I see. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ah. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way, because it's posed that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Frenzo Street before it was coldly turned out on the floor. Yeah, because he was curled up in the fucking trunk like that. Yeah, from the inside of a large child trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Yoku, present your trunk for an examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Yeah, we just do that. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have put up with this treatment just because of some scribbling baseless accusation. In other words, Judge Joku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. Yep. Don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. Ugh. Order in court? Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? Bruh. You can't be serious. You did it. Not so... I don't think so. No. We have to say, like, Strongheart is the one... that, like, he's the one that's making the orders. This is just, like, part 1 here. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Osogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector body into court. But he was still alive! Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense. What? Yeah? Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. You admit to the murder? No. I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Just fucking show trunk. Of killing a man I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? Merely disposed the inspector body, which was left in my cabinet, in order to avoid unwanted attention, brah. As the judicial assistant over there pointed it out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth killed a man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabinet that night. He had the opportunity. Asogi. And moreover, he already had accepted the mission to take the inspector's life. Can I pun this man into nuts? He's not that annoying though. Oh. That's right. Who else could have been? It was you. Kazuma Asogi. Okay, now you go stand on a witness stand here. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seijiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, prosecutor. Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabinet you could pin the crime on me, did you? But the gun, that doesn't make sense. The gun, he doesn't have access to the gun, no? Oh, they're saying that he stole Lord Van Zeke's gun, right? Since it's like part of the... Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness cabinet on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young frivolity? You'd heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for defense? What's your position now? The court awaits your response to witness assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assassinate was in fact Mr. Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't a dead end, it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It could sound to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Testify. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. Oh, the idea that the victim murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... We can't say possible. We say impossible? Possible. It's possible. Let's testify. I think it's possible, yeah. Well, it is possible, my lord. What? How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? But the fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke. If I may, I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. What the fuck? I want his sensibility! So true. And actually, we have evidence that settled this argument conclusively. Oh. Okay, no testimony needed. My lord defense would like to present evidence in support of... Bruh. Before you plow on, fringing, angerness, oh my god. What just occurred? Constant? What the fuck, bruh? You must be penalized for that short but embarrassing you uttered a moment ago, bruh. I really thought I could just rush past it if I was quick enough. Never mind the penalty. The truth is all that matters. Judge Joku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that the logical reasoning is the future of the jurisdictional process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit a crime. Yeah, it has to be the gun. What? You're not gonna slam, I know. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence, so present what you have, Consul. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrated that impossibility of Sogi involvement? But like he just gets it like from Baroque? No?
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke and Naruhodo. That's wrong, sorry. Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playing things you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Yes, they can. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, bruh. Oh no, I can't upset Sasato-san, or end up being upset too. No, remember the truth. I was sanity duty outside the first class cabinet nearly all the time. So long the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being hurt. Okay, so we're just saying the evacuation again. Very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Oh, he was gone, right? That's what we're saying. That's what we're trying to say. Good thing I have save states. So it's just this.
Take that!
This Itinerary for crew members of the SS Grounds, my lord, is a conclusive proof. An itinerary, how does that prove anything? Judge Yoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabinet, this itinerary suddenly becomes much more significant. So everybody else except him was not there, no? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman's serenity was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard would not have had heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. Yeah, 10. Yeah, narrows down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the scene should have already put to sea from the port of Drunken. Oh yeah, and he said that he has the signature on the... he went off, right? Yeah, he's already not on the ship. Now clearly the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. Yeah. The prosecutor stated in yesterday's proceeding. Yeah. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's lives. So I look resting in this work, the ship. Yeah. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. He's gonna be like, he's lying, the signature is forged. That Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Yeah. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I dismarked the vessel and spent the night in the boarding room, house in Darknet. And I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. Yep. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. Ugh, no. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. This time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Breakdown! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in a room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seshiro Jigoku. Let's go. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Yeah. Oh my god, bruh. What the fuck is happening? Where did all the move? It's over. My life is over. Bruh. Where did the pieces fly through? Bruh. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time, in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Sciences Symposium, I presume. Yep. That's right, I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. Yeah, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Grenkin. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. Nope. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart, bruh. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabinet on the same ship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabinet from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for the time being. Even a slightliness noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bide my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had a chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. Bang. Oh, and the watch broke now, or something. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier. Bruh, he still fucking kept it. Being a member of the Judicial as a visiting student, I never imagined I'll have to use it for something like that. Bruh. So the road belongs to you, does it? Yeah. Bruh. Then the victim was killed inside your cabinet on the exit grounds, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to discover it in the room on the street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the course to the refrigerating room. And then on arrival in Dover, you concealed the body in the trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced where the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. Maybe he just doesn't know, because they just communicate by, like, whatever thing. The inspector was due at street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Huge Bones, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah, I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as a Kerpix, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yeah. I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Yep. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of a candle trick there, and then so I donned a simple guise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What's her disguise? For some reason, the inspector had bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on. Although I suppose I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece was found at the scene. Yeah, we still haven't did anything about this red hair thing. The organization, the inspector had it ready for the red hair leaked investigation. Headed lead investigation. Only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved to notice where to set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Bone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Yeah. Except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine. It was a bag of fish and chips. Yeah. Didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigerator room. I put it back in his coffin the following morning, but should've just thrown it away. Well, or just eat it. It seems the warmth of the heated cabinet had accelerated the decay of the fish. Yeah. Anyway, that's all you can say. That's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. Yeah, he wants to end it here, so, like, we don't get to know who the Reaper is, huh? When this will be tried in the coming days? For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Is he gonna say anything? He says it's not him, though. An exchange of assassins. Oh no, he did it, yeah. What a foolhardy idea. We're not, no, who's the Reaper? One last detail, Jigoku, yeah. Who was her counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Can't say anything. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you, just tell us. He's gonna point? Enough! No, he's not. He's gonna just be like, no. I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? Is it because, like, he has to protect Japan? It's finished, all of it. We'll call it, yeah. Don't want to say, huh? We do some torture here. I'm finished. You don't want to open your mouth, huh? Bruh. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the finding of this court. Objection! This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seicho Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. Objection! No? Guilty? Sir. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Bruh. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the substantial conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Yeah, his name is Hill. His last name is Hill. Is something wrong? Yes. I'm in just a little trouble. 因为这个是不公开法庭。By his silence, the true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and his extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of proceeding both mysteries as a prosecutor. Let's go. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Let's go. It has to be Asogi. Because he wants to know who the Reaper is. Yep. Prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Consul? The accused innocent hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. He already said guilty. That the prosecution is in a varying position. I guess like he could also be guilty, right? That's just what he's trying to say. What? But Judge Goku has already confessed it. Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Doesn't matter, not this case. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seicho Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness testimony that he was coherent into complying with the plot. He's gonna say that he's a counterpart? Into the sick, miraculous assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is who cohered Jigoku, who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. You think he has the fucking power to do that, as we already established, the Reaper himself? Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accused the man in the dog, Baroque Van Zeek, the Reaper, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Consul. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build the case? Scholar has already investigated Lord Rangi's very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. Hell, what do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitely the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to burnish my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Ranzix. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains cause of a silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Keys unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whistle is extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. He wants him to be guilty enough. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. Well, he doesn't care as long as that he's like fine. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in section for a supplementary hearing. Yeah, we haven't done anything from the case from 10 years ago. We haven't used any of the evidence from 10 years ago. Let's go. Pray turn a blind eye to the discordia as I verify that this vital and unriveting accusation has soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks. I first had to suffer the pursuit of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, the burden of weight of implying guilt has gone with it. Let's go. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. He's such a diva! He is! Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Manzigs. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is a Reaper of Daily. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give a formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. Reaper and the assassin exchange. Never taken the life of another nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gresson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to the street that day and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gresson, and Dr. Watson. We do! Oh my god, this line. It's the fucking autopsy 10 years ago of Clint. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to set me being behind the assassin exchange. Why would you have to say that, huh? So denying all accusation by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you mastermind the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believed me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecutor believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Yusuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. He's not guilty, though. From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. Want you to remember that, what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Yeah. The contradiction you have convinced lies somewhere within this Nan's testimony. It's a no connection. It's just a no connection line. The fourth one. Yeah. Oops.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refers to as the infamous Reaper of the Daily. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this would take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants would have been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed. Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one, defendants would be acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me that even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignore all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly? 10 years? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago, yeah, bruh. Now, and your investigation led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying. I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office in the yard without his knowledge. Well, it was when you found out his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he noted only as Rail's and appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st, though I didn't know the significance of those details. So now we're at the nub of the matter. At the time. details at the time. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
Why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was a Reaper at headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would have catch whoever was involved red-headed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me. It was the inspector's course. Yes, even though it wasn't assigned for you. You walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to imply he implicated Hyubon. Yeah, also, like, if he is the fucking Reaper, why would he walk into the trap? But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculous, careless blunder. That's just, like, stupid. Moved on to just throwing insults around. I see it. I see that, Kazuma. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. It's just this line. Yeah, no common thread.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Grayson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintance. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Watson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the yeah. This is the hint. It should be unambiguously clear then that no links exist between myself and him. Clint, in other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the ocean to kill the man. It's not a motive, but there's a link. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about it just isn't quite straight right. Yeah, they're literally just telling us that it's just this line. Okay, let me just look at this last thing.
Hold it!
Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concorded the scheme. But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded this assassin exchange, and if the reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claim in the testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. No, this is like, you're just BSing, no. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. If so, we don't identify something first. He'll gain an advantage. Bruh. This could be dangerous. Okay, it's just a Clint. Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. Testimony seems insoluble as far as I can see. Yeah. Oh, dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance, but with the inclusion of one another person... Yeah, Clint. I must be overthinking it, surely. Nah. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? Yeah. Okay, that's the fourth line.
Objection!
Yeah. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years ago. From the autopsy, Lord Clan Van Zieks. What? Red Butter's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court, what reason do you have to presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, Consul? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Grayson, Dr. Watson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilegious to the victim's soul, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain a conclusive proof from the procedure, and it was Dr. Watson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin was guilty of the murders in my brother's dying moments. He mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Yeah. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convinced him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all concluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. Evidence? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Or at once, 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a shame, and I swore to myself that I would prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. Got his ass? Get his ass? What, Sogi's ass? You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tendency of purpose here. However, he who fails to squash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't squash. Wash, you're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Let's go. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seshiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secrets. Secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabinet, I drew my plans through the Swarkaruma before the inspector eye. Oh, he like threatened him, huh? That's why. He doesn't know who it is. He believes it's Lord Van Zeeks, but it's not Lord Van Zeeks, so he's like wrong here. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Okay, this he's already dead, so whatever you say here, it cannot be evidence. Right, see, you're the Asogi's... And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is it? So, Asogi's young lad, are you? So he can't get a fucking ass if the ass is wrong. So he's just wrong. That very much depend on the answer you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make that crime stick. So you admit it then, the evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? Who exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word, bruh. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then, bruh. Doesn't that like mean that Asogi has motive to kill him on the spot there, bruh? So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the result of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Walson must have known about it, and they could only have been ordered to prevent the course of justice in that way by one man. No? Like, this is just not logical reasoning. Mainly in the case for the prosecution, Baruch Van Zeeks. How about a fucking judge? The judge that leads the case? In other words, the defendant did have cost to organize this exchange of assassin. There's also another person, like right here in the court right now. Exactly, and as was established earlier, It has to have been Reaper himself who liaised with Ryunosuke in Japan to arrange the exchange. And he has more power as well. He also had more power in doing the autopsy, like telling the two, like telling the girl the investigation. He also is in charge of the investigation team, which was like like Laura Van Keys cannot order for her, like to her. So it follows that a Reaper's true identity can only be that the man who stands accused in his courtroom today, Laura Baroque Van Keys. And another person here.
Objection!
Let's go. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? To get the court to agree it's the Reaper's fault, then redirect your identity. No. Because right now they're just saying that the Reaper is him. Like there was like no... all the way up to this point, like there's no like, oh fuck, the Reaper is somebody else. Like... Heard it with my own ears. It is shameful admission. He already said that the Reaper told him, so we know it's the Reaper. We already established that. But like he wants to be like, there's only one person that can be the Reaper. That's why we're doing this fucking like 3 hour. Like we have to drag this shit out. His shameful admission. Well, okay, it doesn't have to be dragged out because it's true that it doesn't prove that he's not guilty. Because, like, if we prove that he's a Reaper, then he ordered Jigoku to kill, right? So I guess there's that. But it's, like, so obvious, like, who the fucking Reaper is. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. Let's go. What? What? He's gonna say it. Lord Manzeeks. He's gonna objection here. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities. 2-1. Yeah, okay, yeah, so he also knows, yeah. And Lord Mankey isn't the one behind all this. Then, yes, there's only one other person. Yeah, who could have done something like that? It's easy. We say it. I believe I know who it is, too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The trinity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Take that!
The only person who could have had arranged the assassin exchange and manipulate the autopsy results. Finally, yes, and Lord Chief Justice himself. Okay, who's gonna be in the judge now? Lord Mel Strongheart. Lord Strongheart. He has more motive and more opportunities. So it's like, yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of Professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Manseek, had been killed. Yep. And who was the judge there 10 years ago? I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British jurisdictional history. No joking here, huh? Well, Lord Manseek, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death. So I plead for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lord to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Yep. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you set aside and let me handle the trial, but I see it now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and a coroner to break the law 10 years ago. Yeah, and that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the road by Seijiro Jigoku. Okay, what's the evidence though? Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Do we have evidence? He's gonna testify, huh? The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British jurisdictional history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this, a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. Yep, same thing. A formal accusation, don't be absurd. The defense claims are utter nonsense and vital foundations at this. You're not gonna defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Manseek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But But I heard it from Gregson don't slip. He admitted to it, yeah. And where is your evidence? Exactly. What? Gregson dead now. Okay, the girl. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the sand? You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the course of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. Let's go. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh. Does he believe it's him now, or he's still gonna say it's Baroque? Order in the court, following Inspector Grayson murder, and in light of Dr. Walson's death as well, there is really no one left to could be testify about the evidence 10 years ago, is there? Yes. So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business ranking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accused brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there is no objection. Objection. We have person. Kazuma, there's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Some witness. Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what had happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Seek's autopsy. Yep, there is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his track, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Walson's silence, and Dr. Sleek won't say anything against Strongheart. Let's go. But there's still one ray of hope. Her daughter. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous, there's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma, please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the truth. Person in defense would like to call to stand to testify about an autopsy of Lord Clint Van Seek is... Look, she's on the last.
Take that!
Denied. What? I want to know why. And I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words, you're wide of the mark, Ryunosuke. Very wide. Thanks. Don't spare my feelings or anything. That's wrong? Given the contemptuous allegation you're making, Consul, I won't be letting that blunder pass unpunished. 不是傲娇啊，本来就不是为了他，跟他本来就没关系。Bruh, it's not her? There was somebody else presented at the autopsy. Oh, Mikotoba. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, I know. I'll get it right this time. Oh yeah, she was too young back then. She was like 9. She only heard about some stuff. Right?
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine. My lawyer, Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. Yeah, the masked girl, but she was like only 9, so she only heard like some stuff from her mother, but she doesn't know. But he was on the paper, the autopsy. Came to London with Seichiro Jigoku and Genshin as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Watson. The report carries his signature. It was a primary assistant duty to keep a written record of the coroner work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. Yep. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. He can just deny it here now. The defense demand is denied. What? Yeah, but Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment and we can summon him to the stand in minutes. He's probably like outside the court here. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Yeah, so he's fucking still out here. Professor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecutor's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. Yeah, he's gonna be like, so present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness. Oh my fucking god! So he didn't fucking even have evidence, Oh my god. Professor, your case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seshiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
I mean, you're the authority, no? But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole adventure time to cover his track again. By which you mean me, yes? Yes, your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will remain following these procedures. Willingly, I trust. Since you gave your word. Yeah, he also go to jail. Yes. This brutal game of vengeance is over. Revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Yeah, you blame yourself for not having actual evidence. Who's objecting here? That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is Sherlock Holmes. It has to be Sherlock Holmes. It has to be Sherlock Holmes. Yep! Let's fucking go! The evidence! Mr. Sholmes! Do we get a last dance, please? There's no place for amateur deduction. Mr. Sholmes, may I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprentice of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? Because I have evidence, you need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings, Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the raper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important member of the judicial present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end to this conjecture? There's no gallery here, though. After all, why have you been invited to attend? To note along to the provocations of your superiors. Let's go. Pressure, order in court? Seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practice. A door that is a door. Will has emerged from the shadow of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open. The auditioner and the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. Whoa, they could also just go out of court and be like, say what they have to say, even though like they legally can't allowed to say anything. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to end, it must end. But would that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Dark age what? Is there a single person here for present who? Wait, what? What's? What? I会你。听过的力量。He sense dark thing indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? A trial should go on. Summon a witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow. Is remain in custody. Oh, he's talking about you. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. Testify. testify. Okay, if he testifies, who's gonna be on top then? Well, my lord, you heard the voice of British justice. I take it. Testify. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will resist briefly. Bruh. Okay, yeah, I mean, to get the witness right. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Belef, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at a courthouse, we shall reconvene. Let's go. A recess won't be necessary. Oh, my lord, he's here. Pardon? Yeah, my partner is here. Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane of that. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Jones, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know? Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, if you are no further use here, kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Miss Naruhodo? Ah, yes? I trust you have Iris' little lucky charm with you. Yeah, we can still communicate. Absolutely, it's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Yeah, we're gonna have another one. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. The left, show the witness this hand. Says Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is the trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I able to plunge into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Yep. Part 3 trial. Oh, she is here! How is that? Nice. No mask at all today. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah, her name is Gori. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, daughter of Dr. Seed. I understand. Yes, Dr. Seed. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. What? Also, why is she, like, side profile, Sandy? Oh? You summoned a strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was here too. Yeah, I mean, she's not gonna testify though. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheeks constantly while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of is making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. C that came to light some days ago defied the reputation of the entire jurisdiction. She is therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. Yeah. Yeah, she's looking at the side profile of Ryunosuke. Oh, for Longshu, no, he's looking at the side profile of Mikotoba. The Minister of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, wouldn't we? Would we? Let's go. The Minister of Justice, some questionable strings to being pulled, I think. Where's my mask? But I think Mikotoba's the person that's testified now. And then, like, she's gonna say something. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Lawson at Street Centers. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama, as secondary assistant, he wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his assistant, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never had happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see? So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of the autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. To clear her mama name, I guess, huh? Very well then. You'll give your formal testimony now, witness, but before you begin, a word of warning. Yeah. Oh, is it like we can only cross at one location or we just die immediately? I'm only at 1 health anyways. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. Okay, so that's nothing. The moment you testify verge on position, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. So that's part of our cross then, huh? He's not gonna say anything here. That's like gonna do that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. That result from a wound made by a Western style sword transfixing the heart that I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. I think he said something like, that's not where it was because he was there at the scene. Presumed he had been swallowed by the victim as a way of constantly identifying his assistant. Like, there was something like when he was attacked on the street. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Midokova, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such, much less swear it to in testimony. Hehehehe. That's why he doesn't care. Ha 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 ha. Okay, we pulled the air. Well, that clears up things nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim that the inspector confessed just before his death. But that is a lie. That is a fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat, yeah. The man was clearly at his wit's end. Yeah. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simple. There was nothing questionable about the investigation of Laura Clinton Van Zeek's death. And with the testimony we have, without question, uncover the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. Ooh, I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware that the facts of the case, all 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was stepped upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it's a different MO, right? He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough? I believe I warned you about this. Yeah, okay, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of speculation or a supposition. Huh. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defendant will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross. What? I have the right to cross. Yeah, every witness after testimony. and I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, and I'm sure every member of the jurisdiction present at the gallery would agree. Huh. Very well, you may begin, Consul. However, the moment your arguments raise from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Okay, let me save then. Yes, my lord. Oh, I'm full health! Oh, but there was no recess, but I'm full health. Let's go.
Hold it!
There's only 5 lines here. You couldn't say... No, sadly not. But you couldn't say that there wasn't any indication either, could you? Nope. No, true. I couldn't. I was at Dr. Watson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Once I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following the Japanese man's order to adjust the lighting or passive implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quiet. Yes? So would you kindly refrain from starting at my cheeks like that, yeah? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was. As a matter of fact... Oh, he's gonna say no. Oh, it's an X line. Yeah.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings, it attributed to the professor. I don't even think we get to cross Strongheart then, huh? He just breaks down at the end. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throat were nailed? Yeah, correct. And yet Lord Rankis was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think that Lord Clemency may not in fact have been one of Professor's victims? Yeah, right here. There is no basis on which to doubt the finding of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin confessed to all his crime upon his arrest. He did it! I have the paper! He admitted to having taken the life of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killing was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Yeah. Okay, second line is dog. No internal injuries.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. It has to be important then. She has to be important if she's there. I mean, it would be difficult if your mother, Dr. Sleeth, were in the stand, but... I read all the paperwork about the case and Mama told me the stories countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time is true. Besides the stab wound, there's no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But it did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Oh? Unbelievable. What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? Beautiful but dangerous.
Hold it!
Something. He was eating something. What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as it might slip through a finger perhaps. Don't fucking tell me it's our attorney badge. It was a ring belonging to Genshin. A ring? My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. Oh, at that time, Genshin wore a large ring on the deciduous quarter of his left hand. Fourth or ring finger. Understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Yeah. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. Can we look at that? After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abstraction on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? Genshin Impact, yes. I brought the ring along. Let's fucking go! That's why she's important. Oh! Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years, and that was found inside the victim's stomach. I mean, they could just place it in, huh? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, because you didn't see. So it was planted in there. Professor Mikotoba, should we read something into that? Well, it was just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Yep. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Walson had asked me to fetch him a new scalp plate, you see? Dadagori, the removal of historic evidence from the source requires my consent, does it not? She doesn't give a fuck. She just wants her mama to be clear. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Oh, let's go. Snatchy scratch. Claws lapsing the gem. Not a sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Yep. Okay, that's the last line. Let me look at this first. Swallowed. Are you sure? If it's swallowed, it's this line. If it's swallowed, then his throat must have been fucked now. That's internal wounds, though. Also, there's inking here. Yeah, no internal trauma. You think there's gonna be no trauma when we do when this thing is? This has to be something. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them. I should think. Yeah. So how is there no internal? Ow, my finger's bleeding. The claws really are shot. Oh my, that was really quick clumsiness. Even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage. Yeah, surely. Sticky mochi bun about the size would go down much better, with some red beans paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. So it's just this. It can't be fucking swallowed. That's it. So it's just the last line here.
Hold it!
That was easy. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to the Genshin's arrest. Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, that man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque Van Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purpose. Bruh, you're so fucking on him. Your hatred of me doesn't change the fact that we're established 10 years ago. My brother Clint has closed in on the Professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. He's still mad. Yeah, he's still on him. In the way only a man of a brother's caliber could. So just the last line and be like, there's no way there's no internal damage. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been waiting on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross to prove what really happened and remove any traces of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total criminality. Thought he would convince by now. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he's just on his ass. It'll be right besides you, whatever may happen. Okay, it's just the last line. Of like internal. Oh no. No other signs of internal. No, we say it's swallow. It's swallow. and then be like, because of a cut. Very nasty scratch.
Objection.
No, okay, so it's the autopsy. No, it's this on the line of no internal. I don't. Okay, it's this line then. It's her line and no internal. No questionable, nothing questionable at all.
Objection.
Yeah, okay. The court has heard that ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment, I was fetching a replacement scalp keel for Dr. Walson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Consul? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Walson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Walson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Osogi, and he produced it and during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's building.
Objection.
Sufficient as it, what possible evidence have you to support such rash claims? Yeah, this evidence. Right here. That's the autopsy report. It's split in a vert console. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? Yeah. To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really has swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no trace of it passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. Yep. And there you're right at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings at myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't he say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Walson in the laboratory that day. Oh. Look at this. Really? Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, what do you say? But isn't that rather particular, Dr. Walson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and, what? Oh, esophagus? Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. This is fucking BSing. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injury would be seen, such as esophagus. Well, is that like some type of like, I don't know, some organ cell? Now let's say this: the victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assassin. Go ahead, write it down. That's it, bruh. Sounds right. Dr. Walson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Consul. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Walson was Britain's the leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basic on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called the endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gori, what? We're gonna fucking dug up the grave and examine the throat again? Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the source without permission will not go unpunished. Don't worry, you're not gonna be handing these things down after this. We open the dead body. We open the dead to find the truth. Yeah. I beg your pardon? Examination in court immediately. But Mama, she chooses to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gori is looking as though She's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Doctor wants to say shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I know what I'm talking about. That's what basically he said, and then that's the end of the discussion. The end of the discussion. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? Oh, cut open the ring? I just remembered something. What? An earlier incident. What? What incident? The one I recounted to you before about memory I had. Yeah, on the street, right? On the street. Of getting shit saving my life. Yes. What? My father saved your life. Yeah. It was 10 years ago. On a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back street at a late hour. All of a sudden. Don't make a pee, you're coming with us. Yeah. Where's the ring? All of our assassins were armed with pistols, their face obscured by scarves. Scarves? Scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cold street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shredded. Oh, they're talking about the hand, at the ring location. That's like right. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Yeah. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps it wasn't intended. I wasn't intended target at all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interim, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Are we shocked?
Objection!
He can't believe that his father saved him, huh? Is that what he's saying? You pathetic coward. You sent me to believe that you weren't involved. You don't even believe that's the truth. What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. If he did, why would he fucking say this in the court? You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him...
Objection!
Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely absurd when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much so that you're partially blinded to blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the finding in his trial? What do you mean? He doesn't fucking know. Oh, he's stupid. In a closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied a claim against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Seeks? Yeah, to protect something, huh? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The action of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charge against him, then... that would surely mean there is no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived at many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgments are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi science at his hearing can only mean one thing. Nope, there's a motive here. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. We gotta pull the rabbit now. Let's go. But if the autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. He's back! Kakazuma. What's this latest absurdity console? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there is another possible explanation. Okay. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
I mean, I have the evidence, right? Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy result were an intervention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. 但他没认知，我没有认知。Oh, those results were an invention, alright? There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force a grievance I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you, who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Yeah, basically his brother didn't got killed from Genshin. Kazu-sama has created one last chance for us here. Let's go. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in the trial. Yeah, it's just the paper. The Sogi papers. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. They have been part of some negotiations, perhaps. Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain the Asogi's silence in court? Let me just look at this again. It has to be this. Accept my fate. It has to be this.
Take that!
Right? This is the defense answer to that question. That's wrong. Bruh. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why the answer was wrong. Exactly. Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in this trial? If it were me, I would have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if you were right about the autopsy result, if we're right about the autopsy result, there must be have a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of semency. Ah, oh, that would be it. Oh, the other one. My lord, the defense would like to... Enough, okay. So he could just escape, yeah. He could just escape now.
Take that!
Yep, it's true that Genshin was silenced during his trial, result in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death, yeah. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have it negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. Yep, a fake execution, falsification of death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan could have only been carried out by my father alone. Couldn't have. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the jurisdiction. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warner who was working in the prison at the time. The note reads, there are indications that the jailbreaker was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Yep. But like, you just say silence and publicly we say you did it, but you can escape and go back to Japan. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assertion that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of Chanson agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that. In fact, I would say that the elaborated jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order, first fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak him seriously. Of course, because it's all immediately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? Yeah. People who can testify about a jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. There's like 2 people, no? Gurren and Candy. Yeah, Candy, the poor chief warner of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Yeah, my old friend, bruh. He's here already. Louder. My dear friend, if you're a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thrilled. He wired both Barclay and a local prison earlier, asking Governor Candid and Mr. Rare to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that. Oh, he did that. Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, in the antechamber? Yes, outside the courtroom at this very moment. They're prepared. Sholmes know everything. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declare at its outset. We promised that we would saw and nothing, but to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Bruh. Sholmes has been playing the long game, yeah, which is now the end game, yes. Sholmes knows everything. He just like fooling in, letting us to do the corrections. Bring the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Bruh. Yep, yeah, I was saying these two people. Would the new witnesses state their names and obligation for the court, please? I, Barley Clayton, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossy. I send Johnny. Wait, your other persona. Yeah, if you don't mind. Wait, what do you say? I sell jauntily little tidbits to bypass her. You. Yeah. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Natalie Virgil. I used to be the chief warner at the Barclay prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about a jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lou, the professor, we already been through all this before a decade ago, and the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A comment safe from your president, Governor. Hardly would you call nothing to untoward. Oh well, I will. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could have never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor County, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. No Statue of Liberty, Statue of Time. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequence will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gas? Hold on there, lady. All I did was follow orders. Witness, Governor Candy. Acer, you have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in a court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no deceiving fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was intact 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of the Barclay 10 years ago. Okay. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned a convict to the chief warner, Virgil, here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Bruh, there's like nothing here. A directive from the prosecutor's office, yeah. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? That's right. Bruh. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't king that. Are you saying you don't know? You're saying you don't know. Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I did not ask any question, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were Chanstein dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Asogi's admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That console is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Yes. 不认识谁啊？演员吗? Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tentacious. Very well, proceed, console. Okay. There's only like fucking 3 lines here. Okay, no. He has 3 lines and he has 2 lines.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Hey, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. Can't even say with certainty that it originated from the prosecutor office, bruh. Aww. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from the higher up of the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indications of who was behind it. You cannot be serious. All you can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in the authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. Ask no question, just do the job. But I don't get paid enough to be wondering about that shit. So, Mr. Riddle, you didn't know anything about it at all. He for sure doesn't know. He's like too low ranked. That's right, my only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. Yeah, that's right. Isn't it? Governor. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. 我不怎么看电影了. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I have the first idea, ladies. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would not be surprised if there was other folks in the prison service who would be given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Oh, 见过. Oh yeah, he looks like that Korean actor. Yeah, he does look like him. He looks like a Korean actor. Hey, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night is actually happened. It actually happened. The person at the rings was was Dr. Steves. Dr. Corey Stevens, or it's Dr. Seed, as she's known now. Yeah. Ha. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? She had the thing, no? She was the person in one of the papers. So maybe that line?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that point? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. Yeah. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the life of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chef wanderer, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe— oh, maybe the papers, huh? That I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Yeah. Lost Virgil, I cannot apologize enough. Well, it's not his fault, no, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened, yeah. Oh, I mean, he's saying like, apology not accepted. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Candy? Huh.
Hold it!
But you already acknowledge that the order coming from the prosecutor office to arrange from the man's case. For the man's case, there must have been some sort of negotiation. This is the only explanation. Well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much too. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid I won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well found complicit in murder, Governor. Bruh. He's trying to help, okay? Maybe not let like be like this like threatening, no? So that's what it's to be, is it? Even if with the treatment of the conviction, you won't break your silence. He doesn't fucking know. He doesn't know. Yeah.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Nope. Yes? Oh, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin was shot dead in Loge Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? Obviously not. My instructions were to do with getting the dog out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Is this? Mr. Rachel, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? His PTSD from 10 years ago. He's saluting now. What is this? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Cannon was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I completely blotted out the memory of that time of my mind. I was betrayed by my superior in the name of my country. Uh-huh. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, he also has a ring on his left arm with a red thing here, huh? Really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Azogi in the cemetery was ever a part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crime he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. It makes sense because somebody has to get blamed. That trajectory of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the Chinchan seers of an escape? There is a reason, yes. That's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dedicated by his sentence. Oh, I see what they mean. They just be like... They don't let them escape and just be like, we just kill you here now. I see. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an insanely misery, certainly. Misery. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Let's go. Is this? If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind a jailbreak, a wing, a sogi, and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Hmm? Governor Candy, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Yet, go on in. Okay. He just da-da-da-ing. He's not saying anything. He's not saying conjecture and speculation. Johnny's fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
He does. Somebody gets blamed. Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain. Yeah, well, surely. Cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution now have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler all about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Bruh. That's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness make an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice, so he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Soki-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he would be broken out of prison later. Really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations, and perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Is it like the life of like his like Mikotoba and Jigoku? Only to double cross him in the end is quite the opposite of justice. It's like literally backstabbing. I can't help feeling something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. So it has to be the last line. Yeah, so he had nothing to bargain with. Dismissal notice? Oh, or like her? Her name was on the other thing now. Right here. Dang it, it's guys. Oh no, shy, close range. Center, no, this is like Tobias. Nothing to bargain with. Is it the papers? It has to be the papers then. Yeah. For Wilson, because he's on the autopsy report? The ink was found, right? Scarlet ink. Scarlet ink? Okay, it's either the paper or the autopsy report. Like, there's nothing else that's like... Right.
Objection!
No, so the papers. He just said that... He did say something in the papers. The path that he chooses or something?
Objection!
Yeah. Okay, so it's the papers. Confessing under oath to murder he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin was taking an incredible risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their words and executing him behind closed doors anyways. Yeah. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers. The fellow could not possibly have anything like that. But you know what he did, Governor? The Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and the testament of Genshin. Ah. It turns out that Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warner Virgil caught him with it one day. You? Yep. You squarely did that. Yeah, did right. Why did I tell you to keep that a secret? Yeah. You can't touch me now. Okay. When he caught sight of that will through the bars of the convent cell, Asogi played with the Warner. Yeah, please let me, yeah. Alright then. What's on that paper? So he did ask, the last one testament. But okay, yeah, he didn't ask the details. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Yeah. A weapon. And after the convent had been killed following the elaborated present of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prisoner Warner searched for the belonging in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. It's the four names though. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Candid, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would it be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx, what the blaze are ya veterinating about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fellow cell where I said it would be. Then why do we have it here, huh? But how can that be? Where's in his cell? We searched. We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, y'all didn't do a proper job, eh? Yeah, Pilly Wally Gala. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before. Did I not, Your Honor? Yeah. We have the papers here. Yes, you do. I have the documents here. Yes, it was written. It's written in Japanese and it reads the last will and testaments of Genshin Isogi, which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Isogi described the document as the only weapon he had left. There's a weapon, but only... And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all, yeah. Nothing that would have given the convent any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and the testament stored at Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake? Oh, fra. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of the weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's words. Word, a man could quite easily be lying or at the very least solely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with the so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? He was stabbed in the back by the judicial 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. Yeah. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him as a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him to defend himself. Clear that Barclay listener is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreaker was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illegal negotiation took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and represented... Wait, what? What did you say? Reprehensible facts. Testify. We shall share more from him. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. That's what I mean. You should have asked him. Yes, sir, my lord. Should have asked him detail what was the weapon. Since you say like you're not gonna say it. He begged you, bruh. As a warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Isogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in the court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. Oh, it's in Karuma. It has to be in Karuma. It's in Karuma. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I mean, I clicked on the knife, but nothing was in there now. Only found out about the Asogi Priggers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the Phyllis rope that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Yeah, right here. Is this. In his kimono, that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothing. It can't be true. Were you saying no satisfied while calling me a liar to once? Yeah, way whatever. Well, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Yeah, I'm fired, huh? Other than the hold that you like to take me on my camera, of course, is what you're going to do, is it? He's doing it by himself. Bruh, how is this thing already out without him fucking pulling it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Little and large, what a double act. He's so wiggly. How does this tie come up like that by itself? We combine with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I confirmed that all my father's dwelling arrived safely. And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your own man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that as my father's brushwork. Really. And his last will and testimony was a man's last weapon, was it? It's like there's more papers. This is not fake. There's just like more papers. I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for defense or cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Something Kimono then, no? So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precisely little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed it in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crimes of ending one human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Bambodiara, yeah, did not tell me a blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the comic had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when then exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remaining in Barclay, obviously. No? Yes, at the professor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. Personally instructed Sogi to make the will for the benefit of. Okay, so like you literally could have tampered it. His family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Oh well, if it was pinned at the prosecutor's office, yeah. You would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely? It's curious that there doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Well, Fence makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Prison governor cannot be expected to keep the inner working of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Wrath. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. And the fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistency with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search of the will, as I understand. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cabinet and yelled, "I cannot have disappeared completely in my face." Well, it doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they could. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. That before I knew it, it was in the morning papers, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who had risen from the death. Yeah. Oh, you mean. The article based on Dr. DeVro's experience in the Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As governor of the prisoner, I had no choice. I could not have done anything else. Yeah, scapegoat.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. A, from the top levels of the prosecutor office. What name wasn't on it? I did not can't afford and I did not can't know. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside of the fellow cell. Yeah, scapegoat. Document. Was that the wording? Documents, not will. A? That's what it said. Oh, am I clutching at straws here? As this? I just wonder if it was really Genshin's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. So it was after something else? Documents. So paper. The report, the autopsy report. Continue with the testimony then, witness. Doesn't make sense though. Document. Evidence of kimono. A kimono, yeah, kimono. In his kimono. I.e. the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. Okay, so it is Karuma. The famous sword of the Asogi clan. Bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan, could a man have had a more obvious weapon? Hazard Ryunosuke, respectful silence. The warrior carried firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could not have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. He wrote that well before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. No, he wrote it in a cell. Mr. Rigatomo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the professor's office. A Suzuri ink... Yeah, oh, the ink on the red hand. Suzuri ink stone, black sumu ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was presented when he wrote it, and I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming mass of blackjack earthworm to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Rouge? Sir? It was Scarlet. Yeah. It was Scarlet in the autopsy. On his hand. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Is this? He's PTSD. Less swaying and more explaining. Would it be helpful? Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Impossible, possibly not. I'm able to touch which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that he be permitted to supplement his testimony with this. Possible, possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Let's go. Go ahead. Yes, it was Scarlet. Is this? Yeah, is this? Perhaps I was mistaken. You're not mistaken. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course, but even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Right here. Witness, is that really what you saw? Yes. What, sir? Is something wrong, Lord Hanshrai? Ooh. He's agitated. I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that? For Lord Hanshrai to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ooh, dinner haver, you can plainly see the writing here. It's black as early old hell's a waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Virgil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document? No, he didn't. Mr. Asogi was holding that knife. He can't. Well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what he told me. The court needs no waste no further time on this matter. We have the will and question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did he really see his father holding, I wonder? You had an inking. You must present it to the court at once. Oh yeah, there's an inking. No, he has it on his hand, no? Certainly doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuha-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means that he must have had some bargaining powers. He must have been hidden something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Is it in the graveyard? Which is it? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all of this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest details. Absolutely. Okay, wait. In the autopsy, it was Scarlet, no? Or, yeah. Where is it? Scarlet. Wait, no, this is Elias. No, not this. Where is it? Clint. Oh yeah, no, the Clint has it. Clint has it. Clint has the ink. Right here. Yeah. Little recent scarlet ink stains visible.
Objection!
Yeah. Scarlet color writing is what you said you thought you saw. Is the blood, no? That's what, and I believe that's exactly what you see. No, it is ink, yeah, it is ink. What? Favors again? You have no evidence to say that. Yes, we do. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It says that scarlet red ink stains were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British stroke security, I freely admit, but would hazily I guess that they don't go around with ink stain on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-read and fastidious man. Should ink be scully at his fingertip, he would have claimed them immediately. What is your point, Consul? My point is this, whatever Laura Clan Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had an opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time, bruh. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Ink, huh? But Clint was contemptuous about such things. It seems unusual, and no document pen and color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Laura Clint Van Zeek was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If his testimony is to believe, it can only be that, yes. Sir? When you spotted Asogi with the documents in his cell, his precise words were as follow, were they not? Yeah. A last one and a testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last one, a testament. Ah. If the conversation really did go as he says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what he said. Hmm? You really think? He did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshit. It was fucking Clint? How is that possible? It was the last one, testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. that would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Keys. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would have never abandoned his investigation before his conclusion ever. Are we saying that Clint is a professor? He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. Bruh, he's the professor. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Probably something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the jurisdiction for his life. With something so damning that it prompted powers that be to enact that daring big plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the uttermost sincerity. Information of the uttermost secrecy. Ah. No, it couldn't be. I mean, who's Professor then, no? He's fucking Professor! And the Reaper. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, Consul? The last will and testament that Genshin had in his possession was that Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically laid up to that as a possibility. We have a duty to uncover the truth, to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Yeah. Huh. Wait, pulling now? A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the jurisdiction would be willing to negotiate a jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an undeniable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous, Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client and producer. Yeah, it has to be Clint is the professor. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Otto. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statements is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? We don't have proof though. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Van Keys was in fact a confession. Yeah. You can do this. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough. Consul? What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the AbstractGenmu wasn't Genshin at all. I mean, we know that. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Grr. Ah! They're like, what the fuck is happening? It's finally open, is it? Yeah, he knows. Pandora's box. The Grey Van Zeke family. They've been thoroughbred the British jurisdiction for years. And Lord Van Zeke, he was a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer. A perpetrator of emergency of the villain's nature. If the general public ever find out, law and order in the country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Geeks. I wonder though, did he never suspect it, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Geeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in court, Lord Van Zeeks. How's it going? We like at the end of this case here. The professor made use of a Naruhodo's Khan as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Oh my fucking god, that's where the fucking dog is at. Bruh. Yes, he did. Valmont, he was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the houses, he always took bugs. After Glenn's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he was for following his master. Yeah, there's a fucking dog connection here, bruh. Wait, was it on the picture? You know the picture, the portrait that, like, doesn't show his face? Was there a dog underneath? He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the Juro shredded collar around his neck. Oh my god. It's gonna be the Juro, yeah, yeah, it's right here. Yeah, the Juro studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. It's on his hand, no? A Juro studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleague have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of— oh yes! Pure gold. Yes, this thing, yes. Yes, we saw this, yes. It was toggled with a crown. Yes, this thing, this is the small crown and board and ornament cap the letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widows. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Belmont's, the family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeke's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its query, of course, yeah. Can't testify if it's blood or human blood or not here. But it could easily have been found from human bread. That's not proof though, so is it true then? Clint Van Zeke really was a professor. Impossible. The Japanese are making all the extermination their own. So in fact, the person responsible for those murders of Noble and Royals was Noble himself, and that's certain to be an enormous scandal that would irretrievably disestablish British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he would bargain would betrayed him, slaying him miraculously on his foreign soil. Well, can't deny it, Lord Strongheart. 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That thought his enmity remains the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Oh, he's gonna tell us. Bruh. Pandora box open. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Maxis was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. Okay, but who is the Reaper? He's the Reaper, though. He's the Reaper. He came to the uncomfortable realization, that to fight the most fiendish criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Yeah, he went full vigilante. But who's a reaper? So he's a reaper. Strongheart has to be the reaper. Clint. We get CG here. This is the missing CG. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the metropolitan police servants, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water saluted by factories, air thick with notorious fumes and crimes growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Genmu made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again. What do you mean? Yeah, because like his father found out first. 10 years ago, your father, getting shit, turned up at my office one night. Yeah. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious family. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whistle. He commits these atrocious crimes behind the scene. Do you have evidence? Nothing definite as yet. But he keeps an enormous salvage hound on the estate. We need to full support of the jurisdiction for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. Yeah. So I turned down his plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Sieg's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Sieg's perished. He killed himself? Or no, his father killed him. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made a late Lord Van Keys to meet the same fate. Oh. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by himself, by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Okay. That's why he said that he is in charge of taking the life, because he did kill Clint. As soon as I hurled to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found on the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. So where's the fucking papers? Or where's the will? I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it that you were behind it all. It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgettable arrest. That it was you who arranged this fabrication evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it. But still keeping the truth from him, naturally. Red said, obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Sieg. So the house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against that man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Greg said. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So, we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blemsy. Blemis. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back street, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson, and some hired help. The detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Watson, who forged the scurry from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. Accuser, yeah. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father, despite such underhand dealings, it was extremely easy to make him comply, you see? He had one crippling weakness. What weaknesses? Isn't it obvious? You? Yeah, you. Kazuma Asogi. Me? Yeah. I mean, that was my utter... Like, perhaps you had no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. That's like, the reason why he would, like, to say yes. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without content, and you will see Japan and your son again. You screwed her? Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial or by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might take in court will have no trouble in stifling them, yeah. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. The only one to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Yes? Zuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treacherous, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper, yes, of the Bailey. Was it you, Laura Man Strongheart? Yes? A rather brilliant idea, what do you say, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to rape justice for his siblings. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you had played a part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. Once he connects on the Reaper is over him, why? An angel with bloody hands, I think not. I mean, nobody can accuse him. He's like... like, he can't go to jail, though. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Watson, my minions will work tirelessly to ensure that the finger of the guild would never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were excelled as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Watson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right, so I had to employ the service of this young Portigi after that. Dr. Corny C. Yeah, Dr. C. So, what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent range of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Is it? I don't think so. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who stirred the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was for our country. Yeah, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it. an affordable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at Reaper's exam were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the premise truth of what happened 10 years ago, therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Sherlock! Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. There's a lot of people here. Like, somebody's gonna talk about stuff. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it.
Let's go. I have one last question. For the accused, Laura Van Zies. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all, yeah. That you never suspected your older brother. Suspected. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. You just can't believe it. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had any doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I've observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry from their own gain, and since there were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the time, the professor began his terrifying regime. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, not more. The last one? Only once, really. Flame wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. What? Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. Okay, so it's him. It is Strongheart. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do! Sherlock, neither Clint nor Genshin still walks this earth. We don't fucking care. How much we much debate does matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But. There are only two exact pieces of evidence from the time. The well-begone ring that acts as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin, and the third page last will, the testament pen in black ink and left behind by the man. Yeah, we don't have the red ink the will that he has now. The red truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Minister of Justice wherever sanction is deemed appropriate. Oh, he will. That is all. Court is adjourned. Objection.
Objection.
Let's go. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this. 11 hours discovery. 11 hour discovery. If that's how long the case is not 11 hours. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago, him, right? Revealed a very subtle contradiction. It has to be himself, no? What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Like, he wouldn't have known something, right? Well, it began with Lord Van Zies and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Oh, we can cross him. I'm really pointing out that we can draw no further useful conclusion here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just says something contradictory. It's signed and then by who? It's Strongheart. No, it's not Van Zies. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his where to find the problem. What did he say? Neither Clint or Genshin still walks on this earth. Clint still walks on this earth? Debate does matter now. We cannot hope to reach a conclusion. Only two pieces of evidence. It's evidence? Ring that act as incriminating evidence. Oh, the ring is still here. 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 Right? Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Console? About the statement you made just a few minutes ago. Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have, yeah. Inconsistency. No. Because we don't have the red ink. We don't have the paper. Whistle inconsistency remains. Defense has the right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you're going to make, Console. They may be very well pro-fatal. Only one, though. You claim that words contain a contradiction with which piece of evidence you ask. I ask you.
Take that!
Yeah. Dear me, oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. Oh, that's wrong. But there's no contradiction with either the defendant or myself naturally. No. The contradiction here lies squarely with you, Console. Brah. So it is an ink. I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was a mistake of my life. Brah, how can you say that after all this? Don't you dare show your face again at my door once this trial's over. Shut the fuck up. It's going to be very lonely around the Naruhodo dinner table in future. But not as long as I'm alive. I'm sure we'll only need to think again to fix the situation. Oh my. Yes, of course. Recollection of the brother. Is it not him? It has to be Lord Van Heesen, huh? It was Lord Van Keys, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it again, find it. What did he say? Clint wasn't a correct pick. That was my conclusion at the time. Third victim. Lord Chief Justice at a time. They're victim? Recognize our brother's potential and train him as a prosecutor. Didn't Strongheart train him? No matter what the circumstance, I think about that my brother would kill his friend and mentor. Oh, that can't be fine. No, that's part of him, no? Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother, yes, right here, and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. The third... Oh, this! The picture. The picture? Is it the picture? We never use this, huh?
Take that!
Dear me! Oh. It has to be him though. It has to be Lord Van Zeeks then. Wasn't a carpet. It's the third victim. It's the autopsy. It has to be the autopsy. Third victim. We also still never use this, or maybe we just don't need to use this. This is Gregson's. Has to be this then. No English sound. I have no idea. Inconsistency. Oh, the papers, because that's his brother's will, no. My son. Is it this?
Take that!
No. So it's the red ink then. It is the red ink, huh? No, that's the will. As I presented the will, which is the paper, so it has to be the autopsy then now. Unless it's not Lord Van Zeek's. Maybe it's a Strongheart, huh? No, it should be this because they have lines here of like when he talked about the third victim, right? The inking.
Take that!
No? Is it Strongheart then, bruh? Recognize the red potential training and prosecutor. Friend and mentor. I have no idea. Is it Grex? Like, it can't be the Gregson autopsy. Yeah, it's Gregson, no? Didn't he... He was the person, no? To... 他没有说啥问题，他就说他们俩人有人说话有问题，他没有说是什么问题。They just said that one of them have something that's wrong, and then we have the evidence that's inconsistent. 他问题说是 third victim here. They say that something's the third victim. Lord Chief Justice at the time. Oh, Lord Chief Justice is Dr. C though. But I already showed the paper. The papers have the names. Huh? No idea. It has to be like I already. Or Clay. I already showed both autopsy. Right? I showed Clint and that, so... Is it the missile then?
Take that!
No. I'll have to do like... random BS here. Yeah, your brother and the third victim just now. Yeah, I think it has to be him, not Strongheart, but I don't know what it is. I'm gonna just go in order then. I make a save here so I don't click again. Oh, holy savior.
Take that!
I don't. Is it gonna be the same case as like I think I clicked something but I didn't click something, bruh?
Take that! Take that!
Good, told you that. I'm just we're clicking everything. I did this already. It can't be the picture, right? And then after this is like it's not him, it's Strongheart.
Take that!
Or they're saying that it's contradiction to what he said. Because he said me or my like himself or me, huh?
Take that!
It can't be the red hair, bruh. This is like not related.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
I did the pictures.
Take that! Take that!
Is it a ring? Is it a ring? It can't be fucking this.
Take that!
The board and the day. The board and the day. Is it the board?
Take that!
Bruh. Don't tell me it's not him.
Take that!
The picture?
Take that! Take that! Take that!
I did the Asogi papers.
Take that! Take that!
Is it the trunk? No, yeah. If it's not him, then it's a Strongheart, then I guess.
Take that!
Can I pull the thing? I need Sherlock Holmes.
Take that! Take that!
Is it last papers? There's like, and then there's like knives here. Is it a knife? Wait, I did a passport.
Take that!
Bruh, it's not him.
Take that!
Like, these are just not related. It's not him then. Telegram?
Take that!
Like, it can't be the rain. Or the watch thing here.
Take that!
I clicked on everything. So it's not him. It's not him. Because the watch is not... They're not brutal. So it's not him
Take
then.
that!
Okay, let's go back. Still walk on this earth. Debate as matter cannot reach a conclusion. Yeah, no, he's two pieces of evidence. The ring that acted as the criminal evidence. Oh, 3-page! 3-page! Wait, 3-page! Wait, 3-page! It's not 3-page, it's 2 pages! Wait, is it 3 pages? Wait. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Right? It was 2 pages, no? What's this?
Take that!
Okay, okay. So I was right the first time, but like they give like extra lines and for like him, so I was like confused. Okay, this here is the well left behind of Asogi, the 2-page well. What? Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were 3-page. Whoop! Slip of my tongue. Ah. This is like classic of like they die because they speak too much. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle. I see. Trifle? Garment and candy? Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will in testament. Yeah, I was there for sure. I remember for the black regiment-like scrawls to this day, and I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. Bruh. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. Oh. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. So he has it? For legal purposes, we require only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable word about Britain to get Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page on it to be sent.
Objection!
Bruh, so they still have it? How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what is said, to hear my father's final words to me. Court was no place for sentimentalities, Consul. As it happens, I have the 3rd page up. Let me hear now. My father's message. It'll be given to you at the end of the proceedings. No, we're looking at it now. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin's last word to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitable million words can be no consequence
Objection!
now. Be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, bruh. Garen and Candy. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I shouldn't point out, my lord, I don't read Japanese. That I cannot actually read what language. It's beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Let's go. If I could be assistant here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Potter. You're still here, are you? Dr. Rigatova. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the jury this show, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated against this message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Bruh. Kazuma, the truth is shredder in darkness. A darkness only our clan greatest sword can pierce. That's what I mean. It's in camera. Mighty Karma. Twisted thy head and watch them fall. All they mortal foes. Yeah, it's like it's in a knife. It's in a knife. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem, Twisted Thy Head. Fodder. What is Karuma? The name of the Sagi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations, and embodies Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. Right here. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. Yeah, I clicked through it. Nothing was on there. The one worn by the prosecution console when he confronted Inspector Gresson. Details added, bruh. I'm not gonna create the haiku. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Orderment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Laura Clan Manzeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoted of his formal faculties. How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than what we do know. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Statute of limitation. We've heard you say time and again these proceedings. I mean, he has like the 15 seconds late. That everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. Well, what about Inspector Gregson then? Yeah, and Dr. Watson. There were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikitoba, were you not too quietly withdrawn after the translation of your formal assistant will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. Yeah. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. It's the Karma. In which case, what, we Karma and knife the third page? Hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Let's go. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. We're just BSing. What is it? Ryunosuke, what do you have? I think it's Karuma, no? I think it's Karuma. I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. He stands up. What exactly is this evidence? That the defense claims to be so decisive. Let me look at this again. It has to be this. Can I look at this again? I can't. Oh, this. Mighty Karuma twisted thy head, yes, and watch them fall. All thy waterfalls. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Here's my neck. That's the trouble. Huh. Miss Naruhodo, if I might take a suggestion, think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is part of the very end of the hilt. Oh, let's go. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Yeah, something is in here, no? Kashira. So, Mr. Asuki's sword really meant twisted the butt of the hilt. You don't think? Let's go. Yeah. See, the paper, the will is hidden in the knife. That's what I said. Look what's inside. Is that a tidy, will sheet of parchment? Red ink. Yeah, scarlet ink. Red and scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my intermittent willing death. Yeah, it's gonna be like, Harshron is the professor. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clan Van Zeeks, and a date. 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently still inside Karma, nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clan Van Zeeks. Confession, let's go. No, it's not confession. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Okay, can you fucking read this? You're what? This is unbelievable. Can we read this? Thank you. Okay, go back. Maybe not all me. Okay, final fucking. I can't even look at this. Okay, we just press it. I can't even fucking look at this. Drum hard. Can't even fucking look at this.
Take that!
We gotta read it here, huh? There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Laura Clan Van Zeeks. What happens if the sword got dipped in water and ruined it? I know, right? Ha. A wonderful, astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it has escaped your notice, that document was lost so long ago. Are you blind? I literally have it in front of me. That's right. It was. Only. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. He could be like, this is impossible. That can't be. It can't be like you just made that shit up right now. They didn't have like handwritten testing to confirm that it was his handwriting, and this was 10 years ago. Everything that has happened comes back at his will. This document. It's the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh my god, he's oh. It's just him saying that he's the killer, basically. My brother's last will and testament. Where'd you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. The ultimate weapon Genshin obtained has lain undistributed in the hilt of the sword all these years. He's tracking it, right? Just wait for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official. Oh, I guess the seal is official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. He's sweating now. I forbid the contents of the document being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You cannot do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me. At once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Let's go. Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. What, the chalice? Or the fucking feet? I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A close trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Ramsey really did a pinwheel that day, exactly as a young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. We have a right to hear that's what's in the will, a right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hope. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives it full support. BGM saw it. Very well then. No! For God's sake! Let's go, breakdown. No! I penned this my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend, Asogi, stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to evoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Keeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to know and society as a professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rift among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vital aberrants. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my Curry, upon who I willingly set my great hunt. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor villain, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I had done this man's bidding for months now, killing those who he demanded I kill, as I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaw of the hounds I command. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk into the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to life, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned to my extortionist male strongheart. May you feel the jaws of beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer. 这个狗是杀人的那个狗. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims, yes. His extortioner, Lordman Strongheart, it was you. And you're also the Reaper. Same thing. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago. You claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true identity and the countless lives you have sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint has no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you? Lord Strongheart, to eliminate the man, who stood behind you in the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take them down. Had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law falls to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off the roots, but the Lord Chief just at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to courtesy, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering a man. The Reaper. The Professor. The name makes no difference. As I explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshit. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On a night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku. There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku has fierce submission and made him easy to manipulate. Yeah. Feel like because he's in charge of the JP as well. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. Yeah. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Sechiro, you fool. Good evening. As you know, Asogi was taken to prison in a closed closet and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of the grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor at the cemetery with his own ideas about the guilt race. So they're saying that he had to kill him because there was another witness now. A man who noticed that nobody was supposed to see it, yeah. In North Derby. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. Blast. If people find out the comic wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? He had an agreement. He promised he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth go out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot. The same gun that he did to shoot Gregson here 10 years later. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. What carried him? Did Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back into the grave from which he just emerged? When I later learned of the waxwork modeler is present at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Is that everything? That's everything. Now what? That's it? Nope, okay. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was in demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you created him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light he murdered a companion 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly within the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonoring in his death. But so behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way, and then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you have killed as well. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the convening that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. A court cannot function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You have done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court wistfully enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gresson, fraud with English for having sculled his hand for a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshik, who risked his life going in pursuit of truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for the queen and country, and tired of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power and make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and conquer others have no right to call themselves part of the judicial. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Grr, grar. Grr. Now what? Breakdown? No, it's not breakdown. Bruh. Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me. Well, let's a round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? The delightful grand expression, that beautiful pronounced Queen's English. Bruh. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite a picture of industriousness. Bruh, this is... You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied a darker recess of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicated for nothing, no. What? We will rock you? Yeah, we will rock you. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who act very rashly indeed.
Objection.
Bruh. Yeah, you can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Okay, that's still like illegal though. Showing you're not there. He has gloves and it's still that loud, bruh. His like hand grip must be like insane. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jurisdiction here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the famous murderer of royals and nobles was a respectable member of the Ascari himself, the evidence was fabricated and the scapegoats trialed amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect the jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by the Scotland Yard sector. And finally, me. That it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the German Parliament of Britain knew the truth, all fate in the police and the prosecution office would be completely lost, without doubt. Bluffingly, like public order in the capital would completely break down. It's fine. You cleaned up that shit. We'll be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Nah? Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we have accomplished since then. A public police force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to practice this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness of ourselves. Bruh. We have successfully identified and imprinted the man responsible for taking Inspector Graves's life. That is all was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed. will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty of Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what you say? What say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, it's our duty to maintain the law and order in the capital. You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Oh my god. I mean, nobody can convict him, so it's like, maybe this is dead. Are you hearing this? Or okay, Sherlock, no, we gotta pull the, it's the ear here. This is the will of the British jurisdiction. For your roasting response, friends, I possess my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. Out of respect of man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. To conclusively prove his guilt, yet still he managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. Let's go, Rabbit. I'm almost out of option, I think. Let's go. Only one path left open to me. Use evidence. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, Mr. Naruhodo, 其实这个没毛病啊，就算就是所有人叫什么强推这种什么众人强推倒，也没有人可以没有比他官大的啊。Even like if the gallery is like, no, like, you know, we need to like put like, you know, put him to justice. Nobody is above him. 对，墙倒众人推。But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to give that a stage in the trial? The air. I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but let's go. There was ever a time for using this particular item. We have amount of evidence. It's now. Let's go. So this is the final dance.
Take that!
Oh my, yes. Mr. Jones asked if you had that with you earlier. We dispose all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Jones had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfold. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? 对啊，这还是什么19世纪末啊。Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ear then and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Jones, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Let's fucking go! Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... There's a hologram? There's Iris newest invention. Bruh, it's Mr. Jones. Oh my god. I wasn't expecting you back, Jones. Delighted to be here again. Norhan Strongheart. Bruh. What's the meaning of this? But live, seize him, put that man in irons. Bruh. He's this is a close quarter. You've been warned once already, man. Yeah, I don't know. Iris has can't get a hold of him, my lord. Bruh. Wait, just go right through him. 爱丽丝的发明是吧 ？Bro, he's just dancing here. Go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Bruh. Let's go. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Jones, what on earth is... Are you familiar? I wonder what the invention is known as a telephone. Or some BS they make up here. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. Sound of speakers, voices contribute to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. You're telling me there's a telephone. Okay. He's emoting on them. I know. Quiet sounds are transmitted, so could not image keep them company. I've used. Iris and I did modest experimentation to develop such a device, especially for this very day, brah. Modest experimentation, Mr. Jones. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Jones. Now you're just being immodest. He invented a TV. He invented Hasume Miku Expo. Yeah. I don't think they can even do it now. Because, like, where's the projector in this court right here? Nani told us that. No, I think Iris invented it. They say that Iris and him both were on this now. Do you mean to say you're actually not here, Jones? Mind blown. Oh, I knew my trusty partner would have no doubt grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great partner. Leave my courtroom at once, get out, or I swear to you. What are you gonna do, huh? Dear me, you're on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appears to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I am at present, enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Oh, he took control of the court that was the justice office? A garden. Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. He's not in power anymore? Is that what you're saying? What? You can't be? Buckingham Palace. Go around to. He's reporting. He's like reporting this for him to like seize power. Never heard of it, Mrs. Sato. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, the queen fired his ass. Mr. Trolls. Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty, let's go. Her Majesty. Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of British Empire. What? What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace. Is Her Majesty the Queen's resident in London, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh my god. Order in court, I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. It cannot be? I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgettably distasteful trickery by a third-rated detective, that's all. Unforgettable, distasteful trickery. What an inept description. A court section attended by elite members of the jurisdiction is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. From start to finish, bruh. Huh? You showed her. Indeed. By then, the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph. Okay. This is live in court here. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regularly you would talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen her every moment of the proceedings. Yeah, live stream court. I assume there would be no objections after all. Yeah, 公开处决. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess I'm quite impatient to get Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgettable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so very sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. Oh my god, even this? In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, amen. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in public trial by a jury in the coming days. For treason? and murder and everything. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country need not be administered from the shadows at all. Oh. Now, Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your deceivable actions these 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no further future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty of the Queen, you're nothing but a criminal. This is the breakdown now. He's gonna break the unicorn. How is the table attack? Board is adjourned. Let's go. Bruh. Guilty? Where'd the guilty text come from? Oh my god. Bruh. Okay, there's gonna be a fucking fire in this courtroom now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, is he gonna die? Bruh. 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 Is everybody fine? Bruh. I don't know about that, man. He needs some milk. I don't know, man. This is... Bruh. How is the court intact? Bruh. Lord Clemency left a will in which he confessed to everything. 这个火势去哪儿了 Yeah. 签名都无法衡量他的罪恶 Yeah, it's like, the scale can't even balance out, can't even, like, his crime, his evil is like, the scale can't even, like, you know. For Otto's bone, he broke fallen. I don't know, he looks intact. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must be editing and everything in my power to contain the situation. Yeah, he has to be in here. Okay, who is in the court and is gonna say guilty now? But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I suppose. Yeah, trying to I don't think it was trying to balance. It was just like, well, fuck this. What do you mean? I need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. 他骨头也没骨折. Yeah, his clothes is also intact. Pretty good quality. Never ever crossed my mind that it was concealed in a sword's hilt. Or you mean the butt? It was fire? Yeah, literally it was fire. Look! They cleaned it, I guess? True. Sherlock Holmes is like Yamayugi, like behind us. What pains me now is my brother left this world without a word to me. 真的是被我雷了. I'm sorry, Lord Manzeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry. Oh, the picture. How can it be? The picture. There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my decease, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Baroque. You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds shall not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Fake fire, yes, fake fire. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Manzeeks. So what's the second one? Clint. Meow Strongheart, you colluded with Seshiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immensely expanded the ocean, and your cold-hearted murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. The glass singer made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. I want to be God. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I have no real power to affect the chances needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remains of the past remains. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Nope. Huh, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceeding now. He's gonna say guilty, no? Or what? But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. So? However, the presiding judge... So he's gonna be the judge. Judge would appear to have fallen the bench, as it were. Yeah, so he's gonna be like the first... Oh my god, he's back! Oh my god! Who said they miss him? But I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final ejection to the old friend. My lord. As a member of the jurisdictional, I have been following the proceeding from the gallery. Oh yeah. And I must say, I shall not ever forget the extraordinary battle between the good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that had bled justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest invitations that if British justice so wrapped and twisted over its long history was failing to no change. It was because of you? This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. After the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master in logic of reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Shows. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief! I'm very well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. Lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes they even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on some things other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it takes us blind to the gliding light of truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautiful, composed case against Laura Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows. The haunting undertones, corrupting riddance, justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. Quite sure we shall meet again here in courtroom before law. Prosecutor Broganzix. Isn't as peak as the tap dancing? I don't know, man. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Brogue Van Zeeks not guilty. Defending time? Yeah. That is all. Court is adjourned. Okay, let's see what's the celebration here, huh? What's the aftermath? Randomly confettis from somewhere. It really is all over. 4:21 p.m. So we started at 9:30, right? So yeah, 7 hours. It's actually pretty accurate then. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Yeah, even the confetti fireworks can make the court set on fire. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. 这防火. It's like just a fireproof. Like even the scale fire didn't even ignite anything. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it. Oh, Mrs. Sato? Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. Really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Can we show the photo? Oh well, in that case. I'm quite sure that's when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face. Every time will seem much better. Can we give the photo? Mrs. Sato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh there. I really shouldn't have pursued. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you, here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellency you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwelled in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steady, fast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You may find work establishing that fact in court today. 不是，他在说寿沙都他爸长得像龙珠。哦 ，Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you were here. Kazuma. Nope, he doesn't. 是有点像。Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks? Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. He's gonna apologize or congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the raper. I owe you an apology, yep. No, it is I who I should apologize your father against it. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an irreversible error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. and I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord claimed Manzies broke before his duel with my father. Hmm? Do people speculate that Kazuma is related to Edwards? I don't think so. When he showed us styling, he kind of reminded that. If anything, Baroga is more like the old vampire OG design, no? Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that the document, and the second one, yes, the second one. The second is the fucking photo. I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed to my sins to my wife. May she find resolute to my death. Where's his wife? With my eternal gratitude, my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Is it just it's a photo now? What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Vans gave me Von Karma advice, but yeah, that's a revelation. Well, Miles is a Von Karma. I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. You know what, father? It was 10 years ago, bruh. As you know, he knows everything. The day before the execution was scheduled, I went to the prison to say my farewells to him. Why aren't you pulling up more of a like and shit? If you would only agree to it, Sessho and I would gladly petition the government. We have run through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Take care of your Kazuma, yeah, right? Something of a great importance. You're one of my greatest friends. Genshit, whatever it is, consider it done. Going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, and it's secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the Guarantee and hiding there. Oh, the wife? His wife, a lady of the January. He's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to hers. Please, you're her only help. You can't be Iris, right? By any chance. Is the child yours, Genshit? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish. Wait. Is Clint Iris's father? My goodness, I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. Her unborn child, but if something should happen to me, I need to ask you. His child, I mean. That's the wife. I need to ask you that some favor. You're the only person I know that can truly rely on. What'd you say? If something should happen to you tomorrow night, you're going to be... Hehehe. You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Yeah, Iris' dad. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll hit her once with Pietro and no, just you, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddlington to Dartmoor and Davor. I found an old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound that lay asleep in the grounds. The dog? Oh, here. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to, oh my god, precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. This has to be Iris. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held a healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in somewhat of a daze, I looked around the room. Hmm? There was a precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Yeah. It's Clint. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with flying stitches. But it was when I saw the envelope on the side of it that eventually dropped into place. Yeah. The Baskerville. B for Baskerville. Baskerville. You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Ziegs, yep. That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? Because it was dangerous? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose. He didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he had confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been besides herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would have been forever branded as a daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Ziegs family as much as possible. Yeah. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hours, Lord Clint Van Ziegs made it the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Now I remember, I remember this. I remember this. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. So you give it to Sholmes, yes. How awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. Yep. I asked him if we would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes, he took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of a gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh. When I came to the ribbon, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave to the little girl. Ah, your wife's name, Professor Mikotova. In other words, Iris? The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotova. Oh. That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Is that fucking true? This is just some BS. Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. She's here. Miss Naruhodo was wrong. This little thing just pinched me on the back through the trouser pocket hard, bruh. What? Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes? Is that you? Ding dong! Ouch. Yes, we can hear you. What the fuck is this? You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? It surpassed myself. I feel it had become apparent to me that the solve of the Lord Chief's injustice would require such measurements. Bruno, Susie! Oh, Iris. Yeah. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Victi said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do. Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey. Flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, poo. But I gave you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now? I won't let you forget. Bye for now then. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was that thing. Just come back. Ding dong. One final pinch goodbye, was it? All your help earlier. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Ziegs, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lorenziques. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Edgeworth? Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Oh, once that's done, the Van Keys family will be abstracted completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. After those actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Daily, I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pursued him and been cast as one of the Dark Force yourselves. Now that you've finally been freed from that discreet, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. Waited for a very long time to come to London. Now I'm probably here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi, it seems as though that he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured. Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. To be a lawyer. CG? Okay. Oh, can I click on this now, please? I'm home. Alright. About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that? Colorful piece of history. It's a party, ain't it? I've gotta go off with a band. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fireworks, the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who would help with you with that, I think. Yeah. Right? I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your hesitation. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside a trunk I found abandoned in his cabinet. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, huh? Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Shows? What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. The sight exactly I was expecting to behold, to be honest. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Jones, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Sasato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sasato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. I can't click anymore. Sag. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me Cooper, Goblin, and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force, but why, Genie? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turn dig, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Oh yes, that reminds me. Oh, I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the belief of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the Inspector pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. Oh my god, it's Rex and VGN. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. Yeah, you get it. You be the scholar head now. For 10 years without fail, to measure every second of the man's remarkable career. But now it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Reson's career alive by taking on a great responsibility, winding that watch every day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. Let's go. It's gotta be me. There ain't nobody else. Yep, quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Guinea. Yes, he was. Oh yeah? And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'll become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. We already know who that is. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. Who? She doesn't know. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be the best to, well, I think I'd like to forget that promise, Genie. Eh? Iris, she knows already. Well, obviously, I always wonder about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Nikki. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really? You owe no apologies to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is Stromes is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley. Yeah. Whatever your word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think Mikotoba. Yes, Shells? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I saw many a mystery together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it. Yeah. Were it not for you, you're oh softy. You oh softy, Shells. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital. What did you say? Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week early. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the Rolls Grey detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experience with so I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come to go back to Japan. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh yeah. Oh, Professor, yeah. Like, he's gonna ask us and we say yes. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Sasato's room. Yes, Sasato-san went out after dinner. She took a curious. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Oh, I see. Wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh, with Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up, Laura Clem and Zeke's, yeah. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Kenvenzi's final wishes before he dies, you mean? Yes, I had to take some rather drastic steps at time to protect that secret, you know? calling Sato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He stumbled across the cervix of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Yeah. Description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'll have to make a connection to antiques. And to make matters worse, Sato knew of the unpublished stories as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblazoned around its neck. Actually, nobody knew about it. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Sato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having Kalasu to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Sato-san came across that manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris' The Hound of Baskerville story, I mean. Shon sent it to me, and that was before Sato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Sato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I never ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my parley notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for his safekeeping. So he did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? Yeah. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. Yep. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, let's say you've come to a decision, have you? Yep. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Loom Suda Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to say, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. Yeah, so it's 9 months. It's like November right now. Flashback? My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Sasato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all generally pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this role, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused, I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution here. I have. Very well then, I must say, it's extremely welcome news. Lovely news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. When does he pass the bar? He already passed the bar. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Okay. Oh, she heard. I mean, she'll know anyways. Sato-san? I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, everything? From the part of Iris' real father, I think, so everything. In other words, yes, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. 对，回日本. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I am. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I didn't want to earlier this evening, actually, but you're already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did. Susato-san? Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be Fira soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. Is she not coming back? I'll do my very best. Okay, so she says. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. Come with me? I can't ask her to come with me, yeah. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. I think at the end she comes with us on a boat tomorrow? Oh yes, or in a couple days. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more line. You really were quite splendid in court today, so if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you. Mm-hmm. 7. Yeah, in a couple days, yeah? 5:42. Port of Denver, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo. I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue the case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me.
Jump scare? No, this is like intended. Because after this is just CG, I think, and then we just end. And then it should be like ending credits.
And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Hmm?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Ah.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
What, in UK or JP?
Me too. But we're both defense lawyers, so
He doesn't need to be a defense lawyer, huh?
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Yeah, prosecutor. Then you know why he's here, Ryunosuke.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long,
Yeah.
I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Take Sasato.
Name it.
Oh, take Karma.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
BGM, let's fucking go!
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector.
What a team! I like you. I like.
But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
I see. He's talking about this.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me.
I'm not gonna further on the word demon here because there's some other stuff that can also be demons. Confession BGM, I guess, yes.
The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days.
Gay BGM.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
So yeah, and then like we get Sasato because he doesn't need a judicial assistant if he's a prosecutor, no?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all.
Then we give you Karma and you slice it, huh?
I leave this in your care.
Yeah.
If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Yeah.
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
So she says it herself.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
Japanese accent, British is whack. This is not Japanese accent.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
I'm not gonna say anything.
You mean you knew about this?
What are they talking about? First call about Cosmo. What are they talking about?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Ah, that's what she was doing.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
I mean, he said yes.
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting.
没有啊，因为一开始是他是跟亚双翼的，亚双翼假死了，他才跟龙之介的嘛。
So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
When Cosmo was amnesia in the earlier cases, she was the first to bring up his identity. Yeah, what about that?
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry.
She already prepared, huh? So if these are Phoenix ancestry, what's her household? What do you mean? I don't know. No, it's only Ryunosuke is the like ancestry of Phoenix, right?
As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Yeah, bruh.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always.
What if like Ryunosuke says no? She goes up there and get the luggage down?
Ryuno, your ship's about to leave.
Who's that?
Time to go
Voice?
then.
Iris?
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Cosmo, draw your sword.
The boat is already gone, guys.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day
Crossing
I
swords,
eagerly
yes.
await
Crossing swords, guys.
as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner.
Ryunosuke's tip is
Don't
we
forget
hit
me
his
then,
because he has karma. Don't forget me then. I don't think he's gonna forget you. Don't worry about that.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Should I say?
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey, Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection?
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh my god. Okay, this is ending credits here now.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Yep.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Runo.
Yeah, Alice is supposed to be Watson. 对，是华人定位. Well, I mean, I guess it's because of it, like, you know. Been thoroughly irritated with inquiries about my remote. Yeah, since that day. Oh my god. No fury of electric gods, and what promise the close court. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Gave a little note to Hurley the other day. Just said, thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made Hurley cry. Gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that he might take a cry too, so he'd rather not use it. No, there's no dog here, okay. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim proceeding, I even retired from the courtroom. You didn't. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you two are no more. In the words of the young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future. Oh, I could pause here, huh? The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, and whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up the boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me, Ichi, and Sector Toby are trying to keep doing for the Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. There's a remix. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a driver at heart, but a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. Got one more job to take care of before it's ta-da to London town for the foreseeable. Yeah. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of deduction. Lala Grayson, as they say. Allah Grayson, as they say. This is a remix of all the sounds. Your Excellency, this man is gives of all legal intrigue to the office of minister. Oh my god. Objection. A quick overstatement. Overvote. The minister had been detained and read it anyway. Who was the candidate counsel for defense? And the women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh really? My friend Sasato's on the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. They try to all BGM. Perhaps I should have engaged in service of regular legal team. Oh my god. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they extras at Fiddling Corpse? Yes, they are. Fish corpse on the hoe. I like to hoe my own filleting skills, though you don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No? And I'm glad. Here I am again, great Reddit on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying that he'd like to show me around now that everything is settled. But what I've done? I was so excited I picked up this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill, bruh. Oh, bro, come to rescue again, please. I wish I just vanished into thin air sometimes. When I went to make a master impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even a witness stand on the highest court in the land, I could have never speak of it. The glory chief such as and I had struck a bargain, you see? Yeah. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing we Tuskbill would not do. Shh. It means that now the Reaper can't kill his friend anymore. Ah. 对他妈只是说而已，早下场因为早退场。Dr. C just like in the jail, she doesn't have more punishment, huh? Hee everyone calls me gossip. I still Johnny Little tidbits with 2 bag passer, you know? Bruh, hee everyone calls me pepino, and I still ate spaghetti and bread and in my head. Hee everyone, they call me? No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Dally, how charming. You made lots of new friends there, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. When I was accepted on a foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I could rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave karma in your care. I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest well while you can. Yeah. Once you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing our new office. Your new office. So I'll also be delighted to accompany you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. Is Sholmes here a great ace attorney? Some might say. No, he was the first one though. He doesn't suck on a board to go now to Japan. Hmm? Ah, oh my god, the Dharma. Oh, they took a picture before they left here. The cat! Oh my god, the fucking cat! Oh my god, the cat. Title drop, no way. Ace Attorney! Great Ace Attorney! What the fuck? Yeah, now they walk again. Like in 1, this is like also they had this in the end of 1. Yeah. 对，熟悉律师. Same with 1 thing, yeah. Oh my god, the cats! Wait, why is there 3 cats? Also, he shouldn't be here though. No, he was here. He was there in the first case, yeah. Oh my god, the 3 cats. Oh my god. Oh yeah, recently they had merch of the turtle hat. Like last month or something? For like official merch. Hi Z. Oh, the bee lady. Yeah, all the... Oh my god. He's here again with the cat. The robotic dancing dude. Oh my god. Yeah, ADHD. Writing equation there, yeah. Oh, Shum's love. Oh my god. That's why he left. No, that's when he's dancing at the as a hologram, bro. Yeah. Clapping. At least it's 跟着我们. Am I blocking Iris? They're gonna like walk for it again. Like they're just at the end. Gland clap LARP, I know, right? Okay, Shone's guts up, yep. Oh, they don't walk with me. Okay. Oh. Bruh. Okay. 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 Yeah, and then just me and yeah, they're walking for it. Okay. Yeah, back to JB Court. Great Ace Attorney to resolve Finn. Oh my god. The Rise and Resolve. Wow, that's a good playmat and wallpaper. Is this supposed to be V for victory? With the two like their poses? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like we see the daylight here. The sun here. So yeah, this was the 8-hour case. Well, I mean 2-4 was the same case, so it's like more than 8 hour. Yeah. So we'll do the escapees next time. There's like 8 in total. Good thing that it only like lagged for like 10 minutes in the beginning and then it didn't disconnect. So this VOD is intact. Bravo. Yeah, so basically we still have the encapsies and then there's like 2 special like JP content. But that will be like for GA. So after that we'll do like after those 2 we'll do Layton Professor. And that will be the last Ace Attorney. So it's gonna we still have a couple months, okay? Not so fast. Let's see. SV 完没有 SV 完了以后还有它有2个日本的，就是它没有收录的2个日本的 DLC， 然后它还有逆转裁判有番外，它和雷顿博士有一个游戏。This game is even better. I remember. I don't remember shit. I just remember Kazuma. Like I don't remember. Like I was like, oh wait, yeah. At the end, I was like, yeah, wait, Iris is like part of like Van Zeeks. I forgot about that. Grand's finishing, yeah. We'll just do the. I've never actually did the capacity thing, so I don't know anything about that. Plus the JP, the 2 JP. I think it was like the England one, and then it's the England one, and then the JP one. I think I forgot. Like there's 2 basically. Yeah. We'll be able to finish all Ace Attorney this year, so yeah, 算 DLC 吧。SV. 笑死。Okay, I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna rest for 2 days because my throat is fine, but let me just rest. Yeah, we'll probably do the Kipsy. I think the 8 episode together is like maybe 5 or 6 hours, so that'll be fine. Maybe I see the special contents of like the art and all that stuff, like the art books and like all that stuff when we do the 2 DLCs that's not in here, like the gallery and whatever stuff. I mean, I looked at this before, but I also never actually used the other outfits, but it's fine. Okay, 走了。Good night. See ya! What the fuck? You're here? Anyways, I'm gonna go eat. Bye.